feel better equipped to make more effective decisions based on the experience they've had thus far. But I think all of that combined does feed into a view that translates into a more modest growth recovery. And with that will come some volatility, but generally that could still be very supportive for equities.
Ben, I want to get into what to play on the stock market, because I take your point. We did see on the back of the financial crisis that stocks did particularly well. And if you're looking at a re-entry point for the stock market, you want to know what to look at this point. A number of the dividend stocks, of course, have been hit. You've seen the axe taken to some of those payouts. Also, when it comes to technology, you've heard it many times over the past weeks and months, playing the long-term growth story in technology. But what is benefiting right now is technology that's playing the short-term trends, not the long-term ones. So how do you know what to go for? Because stocks that are proving resilient are resilient on the back of a very short-term story, not a long-term story.
Well, I think it is a challenge, but in the short term, I think there is scope as evidence continues to build that this virus is under somewhat control, that those areas that have been hit the hardest could rally the most. That's sort of the value sector, the financials and such. I know energy has its own story at the moment. But over the medium term, and in our model portfolio service, we have some value on the back of that angle. But our marginal move is towards growth. We would be leaning into more growth assets on the basis that it's hard to see a persistent V-shaped recovery, given the pace at which governments are likely the slower pace governments are likely to remove their restrictive policies. Also, the way consumers. This social distancing legacy, consumers may only tentatively re-engage with the economy, and they may have visceral experiences with insolvency or bankruptcy or a hit to their income. So the growth trajectory looks relatively modest on that basis. And so, we see US equities as being still a very interesting place over the medium term.
Ben, I wanted to pick you up on that. And good morning, by the way. It's Jeff. Goldman Sachs out with this report. Nearly 50 companies suspended buybacks over the last 2 weeks. That's $190 billion worth of support, if you like, to protect the downside for these US markets. That's potentially 25% of what the buyback rate was in 2019 here. That does suggest that there's going to be one pillar of support for the market that gets pulled away. And if you look at who's been buying in the last few years, that has been a major prop for US markets. Without that support, Ben, who is going to step in and hold these markets up?
Well, it's not a great news story that buybacks are being removed, and we're seeing a rebasing and cutting dividends. I don't wish to give a lazy response, but to a degree, some of that is going to be in the price. Stock markets have been beaten down pretty dramatically, quite unfairly, since the onset of this crisis. But we're seeing some share prices react favourably this morning to the announcements of dividend cuts. Once you get clarity on policy, once management reveal what is right for their business, what they can deal with, then investors may be able to take some comfort from that and start to put in some more rational numbers into any sort of discounted cash flow. So markets can react favourably to the removal of some of these supports.
But isn't that the problem at the moment, that it is just hard to put the right numbers into the calculator when you're trying to come up with fair value for businesses at this point? I mean, you say a lot of that's already in the price. Did anybody price in 9.9 million weekly jobless claims over the last fortnight, or 701,000 jobs lost in March? Nobody thought that things would be that bad, Ben.
No, I think you're right, and a very fair point of attack. But markets didn't actually react too badly to the initial jobless claims numbers, both the previous Thursday and this Thursday. I think the economic data is just going to be so, devastatingly, sort of eye-wateringly bad that markets are somewhat going to treat them not as outliers, but going to dismiss the extremists of them. I think what investors are looking for is something of a approximate date for when the economy can reopen, and these tentative signs that we've seen in New York fatality rates is just one of those, a very important signal. I think economic data, wouldn't put it to the sidelines, but I'd downplay its importance in the very short term.
Terrific, Ben. We'll see you on another day. Thanks very much for helping us out. Ben Guttridge, Director of Model Portfolio Services at Invesco.
And we're going to squeeze in a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be talking banks. The U.S. lenders are reportedly set to back dividend payouts despite calls by European regulators for its lenders to ditch these plans during the coronavirus crisis. More when we come back.
Well, I know at least two people that sit around this desk who sparked up the Barbies and the patio heaters over the weekend. I don't know about you, Juliana, but if you need a bit of motivation this Monday, get in touch with us and tell us what you're doing to get you through these difficult times. Email us, squawkboxeurope@cnbc.com, or you can tweet us at squawkboxeurope. We might put your tip out on air. If it's something more exciting than sparking up the Barbie, we'd love to hear from you.
Start your day earlier and smarter. On top of the news.
Political turmoil and the Eurozone heating up.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app to see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn, like Sports Wars, telling the origin stories of classic rivalries, Raise Sports, about the concussion crisis that threatens football's future, and Dunkumentaries, a podcast devoted to the beauty and power of the slam dunk. For these and more, search sports documentaries on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's get into some of the top individual stories today. Norwegian Air's passenger traffic fell 60% in March as travel restrictions forced the airline to ground its fleet. The carrier says it is seeking aid from the Norwegian government as it has canceled 85% of its flights and furloughed 90% of its staff. Norwegian shares are underperforming this morning, down 4.4% when the rest of the market is booming. UBS The UBS boss, Sergio Armati, has defended its decision to pay full dividends for 2019. The lender's decision comes despite a request by the Swiss government and banking regulator to limit payouts. Armati told local media the bank has enough capital to pay both its shareholders and provide liquidity to the economy, and UBS shares accordingly reacting very well this morning, up more than 6%. We know this has been a very controversial development over the last few weeks, and we will discuss it in more detail in the coming moments. HSBC shareholders in Hong Kong have threatened to take legal action and are considering calling for an extraordinary general meeting following the bank's decision to cancel its annual dividend. The lender, along with other British lenders, suspended annual payouts to shareholders for the first time in nearly 75 years. That's HSBC, after pressure from regulators. So HSBC shares are trading higher this morning, up 2.9%, as that, of course, remains a fluid story. The German finance regulator has urged banks not to issue any dividends while the coronavirus pandemic continues to cause economic uncertainty. BaFin President Felix Hufeld told Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung his call was a strong recommendation which banks should stick to. The ECB has asked Eurozone lenders not to make any payouts until October. And here's a look for you at the German lenders this morning, the two big ones. Deutsche Bank is up 3.7%, Commerce Bank gaining about 5.3%. Jeff.
U.S. banks will today defend their plans to continue paying out dividends despite the coronavirus crisis. According to the Financial Times, the report says America's biggest banks will make their case when they submit their annual capital plans to the Fed today for the upcoming stress tests. Speaking to CNBC last week, Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon defended the decision to go ahead with payouts and said U.S. banks are in a better position than their European counterparts.
Dividends are getting a lot of attention because over in Europe, there's been quite a bit of attention, and European banks are in a different place than U.S. banks. And European banks also have dividend, which is paid once a year, is the vast majority of their capital return and a very, very significant part of their earnings. You know, here in the United States, it's a much smaller part of capital return. We've already, as an industry, stopped a significant part of capital return, so we're in a position to lend to our clients. But it's my expectation we'll continue to pay our dividend.
Mr. Solomon there over at Goldman Sachs. And I just want to refresh the comments that I was making about share buybacks here. This terrific bit of analysis from Goldman Sachs just talking about their expectations on buybacks. They think that they will fall 75% in the second quarter, year on year, removing a strong part of the whole picture that has provided demand for equities over recent years. Full year dividends expected to be down 25%, or at least 25% below the level of 2019, I guess, as corporates continue to focus on preservation of cash flow at this point. And again, if the rules from federal authorities on this coronavirus support fund state you cannot continue buybacks and you cannot pay dividends for 12 months if you want this money, you can imagine that this could become an even bigger phenomena if the whole virus infection level continues to rise into or beyond the second quarter into the third quarter.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's a very important, big question moving forward. I think in terms of the market reaction we've seen so far, it's interesting to see the difference between those stocks or those companies who've cut dividends to genuinely preserve their financial strength. Rolls-Royce, a great example this morning, one of the best performers in the Stock 600 after they cut their dividend. But then, of course, all of the European and UK banks reacting negatively when they moved to cut their dividends. So it's interesting, that divergence. And one other point I would make on the banks specifically, on the back of your story about the U.S. banks defending their dividends, we were already having these huge discussions about the structural gap, the difference between U.S. and European banks, and this no doubt will just widen that gap on a structural basis if the U.S. ones are able to maintain their dividends at a time when the Europeans and the UK lenders are forced to cut.
I think it's interesting that we focused on the stress tests and running into the stress tests, what ultimately the U.S. banks have to do here, because we've seen suspension of the stress testing process here in Europe. And as you look at some of the GDP forecasts, obviously GDP declines are a big part of that stress testing process. As I understand it, some of those numbers now in China are below levels that banks were previously stress tested at. So you have to think, time to start ripping up some of this paperwork and putting in some new figures.
Absolutely. Well, this is a conversation that's definitely not going to go away anytime soon. Let's take a look at U.S. futures, what we're in store for at the start of trade on Wall Street. Dow looking at a near 900-point rise as markets rally across the globe. We'll be right back.
Now get greedy whenever you want. Subscribe to the American Greed Podcast.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with the TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app.
You love listening to ESPN Radio live on TuneIn, but did you know you can also listen to favorite ESPN shows on demand? Get the latest takes from Stephen A. Smith,
dynamic duos all over the place,
Dan Lebatard, and Golic and Wingo when it fits your schedule. And listen to episodes of Pardon the Interruption.
Pardon the interruption, I'm Israel Gutierrez, and I love hosting the show with my humble...
Around the Horn and Highly Questionable as podcasts anytime you want. Search ESPN to see all the podcasts on TuneIn.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to...
To Squawk Box. Markets in Europe have been open for half an hour, and a strong start to the week is coming together here. The Stock 600 bouncing about 3.3% in the early minutes of trade. As you can see here, almost every single stock in the main benchmark is trading higher, with the exception of just these red ones at the bottom here. And in terms of what's driving markets higher, a few developments over the weekend. First and foremost, on the virus itself, we have seen in some of the hardest hit countries a slowing in the rate of new infections as well as the death rate. So a little bit of optimism there supporting market sentiment this morning. Also, oil markets clearly a focal point for investors still as we look to the OPEC Plus meeting now due to take place on Thursday, initially scheduled for today. Investors weighing up whether we will see production cuts agreed by the energy market leaders. Let's take a look at the different sectors on that note. We'll see where oil and gas is trading as well as the other parts of the market. Firstly, every sector is trading higher by a pretty substantial degree. Utilities, the worst performing sector in the Stock 600, is up 1.5%. On the flip side, we've got autos, one of the most cyclical parts of the market, trading 6.4% higher, leading the way. A few idiosyncratic stories in there with various automakers in Europe taking measures to shore up their balance sheets, which investors are welcoming in this environment. Travel and leisure also getting a strong bid this morning, up 5.9%. Industrials, another cyclical part of the the market, of course, up 5.3%. Insurance, construction, and financial services round out the best performers of the bunch. We also, providing some support for markets, heard from the PBOC some moves there to ease financial conditions, which investors are welcome from a stimulus perspective. Let's dive into the individual stocks and see what the biggest losers, biggest winners are this morning. Tullow Oil, 24% higher. So that's one of the biggest names moving higher this morning. Rolls-Royce, also very interestingly, up 17%. One of the best stocks performing this morning. And Rolls-Royce came out this morning withdrawing their full year guidance and scrapping their dividend. They also announced some new measures when it comes to shoring up their balance sheet, in addition to those measures when it comes to securing funding. So investors clearly welcoming those moves. And those are the ones that really stand out. Would just lastly mention Meggitt up 14%, another one of those aerospace players that is seeing a strong rebound this morning. Jeff.
Juliana, thank you. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been taken to hospital 10 days after being diagnosed with coronavirus. Downing Street says the move follows advice from his doctor. Steve is at St Thomas Hospital in central London. Wide speculation that Boris Johnson is inside that building somewhere, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. When I saw my message last night and this morning, it was the one that seemed most obvious, Jeff. We don't have any confirmation, by the way, and we have no lead from anyone that Boris Johnson is at St Thomas's. Safe to say, I can tell you what I've seen on the ground. We were here from around about 4:30 a.m. this morning. Within a couple of hours, there were a couple of other crews around here, including our sister channel at Sky. And also, I noticed a lot of photographers around and a little bit of police activity, it has to be said as well. But no confirmation at all that Boris Johnson is at St Thomas's. It seems logical, though, and that is where the speculation is centred. It is only 1.4 miles away from where Boris Johnson has been self-isolating since he was diagnosed of being positive with coronavirus on the 27th of March as well. Let me go through what we had from number 10 at 9:25 p.m. last night, talking about an undisclosed London hospital on the advice of his doctor. The Prime Minister admitted for a series of tests. It's a precautionary step. The Prime Minister continues to have persistent symptoms of coronavirus, including, we understand, a high temperature. He remains in charge of the government and in contact with colleagues and officials. Now, there is a cabinet coronavirus meeting this morning. It will be led and chaired by Dominic Raab, who's not only the Foreign Secretary, but the First Secretary of State. So, as such, the designated successor to Boris Johnson. We did hear from Donald Trump last night at the start of his White House presser, wishing the best to Boris Johnson. Let's listen in to a little bit of that.
I want to express our nation's well wishes to Prime Minister Boris Johnson as he wages his own personal fight with the virus. All Americans are praying for him. He's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman and a great leader. And he's, as you know, he was brought to the hospital today. But I'm hopeful and sure that he's going to be fine. He's a strong man, strong person.
US President there. Now, just moving on, of course, the death toll, I'm afraid, in the United Kingdom continues to be absolutely tragic and going up very quickly. There were 621 deaths announced yesterday from coronavirus, taking the UK total to 4,934. And just as a point of reference, I'm afraid to say the Friday figure when I was standing on the streets of London was 2,921. So a huge increase in the last 3 days in the number of mortalities from coronavirus. This comes, of course, grave concerns about the state of the economy in the meantime. The CEBR talking about a hit to the UK economy of £2.4 billion per day, shrinking by around about 30% apparently in the second quarter. Back to you in the studio.
Steve, thank you so much for bringing us the latest. Well, let's shift gears away from the UK to the U.S. New York has reported a slowdown in new coronavirus deaths over the weekend. Governor Andrew Cuomo said 594 new fatalities were reported on Sunday compared to 630 the day before. But he added it is too soon to draw conclusions. More than 4,000 people have died from the virus in the state so far.
President Trump says he's hopeful that the spread of the virus will be contained in some of the hardest hit regions of the U.S. Speaking at a news conference at the White House, Trump said he was optimistic after the state of New York reported a drop in fatalities on Sunday.
As of Tuesday, we'll have deployed over 3,000 military and public health professionals to New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and other parts of our country. 3,000, and that number's going up. And we hope we're seeing a leveling off in the hottest spots of them all. So we'll see. You'll be seeing that over the next few days. Let's see what happens.
China has reported 39 new cases, up from the day before, and 78 new asymptomatic cases. Those brought in from other countries and asymptomatic carriers are now the nation's primary concern after weeks of drastic lockdown measures helped cut the infection rate. With the virus largely under control domestically, China has also turned its attention to international efforts, sending medical teams and equipment to the hardest hit countries like Italy. The move is atypical for the historically isolationist nation, argues Eurasia Group, which may signal China is trying to raise its international presence. Lord Mark Malloch-Brown is senior advisor at Eurasia Group and joins us now. Welcome back to the program, Lord Malloch-Brown. Let me just start on that. Is China doing this because it seeks to leverage an opportunity to increase its image and exposure internationally, or does China feel some responsibility for this outbreak, given that the epicenter was apparently this poorly regulated wildlife market in Wuhan?
Well, I think it's a mixture of all of those things. I'm sure there is a little bit of a strategic play to assert a sort of soft power humanitarian China. But frankly, there's also a more developed sort of international conscience and judgment about this than many others are displaying, which is a recognition by China that they're already getting cases imported back into the country from outside. The only safe solution for any of us, whether we live in Beijing or London or New York, is to eliminate this disease globally. And so I think, China also needs to be acknowledged and for its sort of international leadership on this. A lot more countries should be doing a lot more to help other countries less fortunate than them in terms of medical infrastructure and financial capacity to respond to the disease.
There is, though, this issue of political legitimacy in China, and we can see clearly that China is seeking to curry international favor with these outreach exercises. But domestically now, we've seen this pivot away from prosecuting those in the medical profession who brought attention to this disease, to now talking of martyrs and the 14 martyrs, those in the medical profession who've died as a result of fighting coronavirus. Is it necessary at this point, do you feel, for the regime to pursue this domestic propaganda agenda to stabilize what previously looked like a very shaky response?
Yeah, I suspect it is. I think they were off to a poor start. I mean, this virus has shown that it's as lethal for political systems as it is for human health. And whether it is China covering up information at the beginning of this, trying to sort of lock up whistleblowers on the one hand, to some Western democracies with their kind of chaotic responses, each reflects the weaknesses of our different political systems. And I think you're right, Jeff. China has now tried to pivot and, sort of recover ground, because it was having a hell of a time in its own social media, with people furious at what they saw as a state that was no longer legitimate and was acting to protect itself rather than protect people. And, I think it's recovered ground from that low point through the kind of pivoting of its social messages that you've referred to.
Mark, very good morning to you, sir. Simple question from me. What has this done for globalization? Does it make it more fractured, and are we going to see more trans-Pacific fractions and rancor, or actually, ultimately, down the line, will this improve relations globally as the need to work together is really very apparent?
Well, I think at Eurasia, we've been warning over several years that global supply chains were under huge strain, that the sort of fundamental dispute in global politics, which was sharpening up between the US and China, and competition commercially around that in whole areas of technology and global markets, was breaking up the global supply chains that we'd grown used to. And I think, this crisis has accelerated that. A different point, though, is it going to drive at the political level greater global cooperation? And I think that's unclear. So far, it hasn't. There was a meeting of the G20 10 days ago. It was a real damp squib. No collaborative international action. The next point will be in 2 weeks' time at the spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank. Will world leaders be able to come together with a plausible, impressive package to tackle this globally? And I think the omens are very mixed whether they will. There's an awful lot of global leaders who are still acting very selfishly and very nationally.
Yeah, and the same question really about the European project as well. I'm sorry to say I've been underwhelmed at the coordination from many quarters across Europe as well. I'm wondering if the Commission has been found wanting as well. Do you think that the European Union will become closer, or actually the fractions that we've seen, the fractious nature will be exacerbated?
Well, my earlier point about this virus being as cruel to political systems as it is to individual health, I think is really shown up in Europe, where, the old weaknesses between North and South Europe and between West and Eastern Europe have really been on display, with, again, northern countries, reluctant to extend loose monetary support to their southern and eastern neighbors, and those other countries feeling they desperately need some kind of stimulus to keep their economies going and their business sectors open. And, so yet again, the dispute between austere Northern Europe in financial terms and more, if you like, loose Southern Europe and Eastern Europe is again on display. And I think there's a real risk this is going to do big damage to the European project.
Lord Malik-Brown, I want to pick you up on something you said earlier about countries who are able doing more to help those countries in need. And in the case of China, we, of course, have seen them come to the aid of the likes of Italy and many African nations here. Do you think that we're likely to see efforts to strike deals relating to the aid they're providing? For example, China coming to a deal with the Italian government around Huawei, for example, or some sort of, point of tension for the Chinese in the recent past in exchange for some of the aid that they're providing?
Well, let's see. I think they'd be really overreaching if they tried to do that. And I think it would immediately color their humanitarian assistance as actually sinister and political if they tried to introduce that kind of explicit conditionality at this particular moment. But if they are successful with their humanitarian push, it will obviously give them a lot of sort of political capital in the bank to come back on the Huawei point later when it's all over, when they can say to Italy or they can say to an African country, look who were your friends in that hour of need. I think another point, though, to make is, that where are the doctors who've had experience of dealing with this and now have less of a problem at home? Who are the manufacturers of face masks and ventilators in sufficient quantities to have some export potential? In each case, it is China. So they are also extremely well placed with the kinds of capacities that the rest of the world needs now. So, let's try and get it on pure humanitarian terms, and let's keep a sharp eye out for, really dangerous political conditionality, which, apart from anything else, would disrupt any effort at global collaboration, because the United States is already very explicitly targeting Chinese assistance as being political, not being forthcoming, not being honest, etc. So the idea of Chinese-US cooperation on global rescue packages of health systems or financial systems would be really set back if China shows its hand as introducing political conditionality at this point.
Oh, really important points there. Thank you. One more from me in terms of Looking ahead, one of the big, hopes is, of course, around treatment and eventually a vaccine for coronavirus. And that, of course, begs the question of where that vaccine comes from and what that means for other countries in terms of access to it. And we've already heard over the weekend President Trump trying to get India to release its stock of one of the potential treatments for coronavirus. So how do you see this playing out, and what kind of risk is this, that as we look to the solutions for coronavirus, we actually see these political tensions flare up again and prevent the medicines from getting where they need to be?
Well, in the case of the vaccine, a group with the acronym name CEPI, which is the lead in terms of international coordination of funding to develop and bring to market vaccines, has said it needs $3 billion to get a first round of vaccines through market trials over the next 12 months. And while a number of foundations, the Gates Foundation, the Wellcome Trust here in London, MasterCard's foundation, have generously supported, and a group I lead, the UN Foundation, has raised $100 million from corporates and others for it. In truth, it is way short of the $3 billion it needs, because governments, for all the sort of bluster and everything else, are simply not strategically putting the money where it's needed to solve the problem. This is an example of this breakdown of international cooperation. In terms of treatments, products like the Indian ones that you referred to, at the moment, it's a little bit of a blind man's game, because, these treatments have not yet been proved to be effective. As they are, it'll be incredibly important that priorities are set not just nationally but globally for who gets treated first in order to preserve frontline healthcare workers or vulnerable groups, etc. And at the moment, that seems unlikely. There's this national grab underway for whether it is treatments or particularly old malaria medicines, etc., or whether it is face masks or ventilators. And it's very unseemly. It's perhaps inevitable, but it hardly points to a world which is getting a grip on an infectious disease which affects us all, and where cracking the problem in Lagos is as important as cracking it in London if we're to all live safely.
Oh, very, very fair points there. Thank you, Lord Malik Brown. And finally, one last for me. I promise this time this is my last one. We have had this rare opportunity to see leaders around the world front and center, every day in many cases in terms of their response to the crisis. And we have seen some shifting opinion from the respective public, voting constituencies. Do you think we're going to see a major reshuffle when this is all said and done in terms of political leadership? Here in Europe, obviously, there's been a massive push toward populist leaders. Do you think that could change as a result of this crisis, when we've seen the value in having technocrats and experts driving a lot of the response here?
I think it's a really good question, and I suspect, instant history is a dangerous business, and, at the moment, a lot of the prediction is that politics is going to change 360 degrees or whatever, or 180, whatever. But I think, it's probably not going to do a complete U-turn of some kind, but a sort of 45-degree change of direction or a 90-degree is likely. And what will that be? It will be an understanding, probably amongst many constituencies in many countries, that there has been an underinvestment in state capacity over many years, whether it is a public health system, whether it is other services needed at a time like this. So, and as at the same time, we've got economic rescue packages which are going to end up with a state which is both bigger and more indebted than it currently is in many of our countries. Put all that together, and I anticipate, yes, there'll be more reliance on expertise, but also a lot more investment in state capacity to protect its citizens from these kinds of health, economic, social pandemics of different kinds, which seem to be very much part of a world which doesn't have just a health crisis of this kind, but climate change, environmental crises, etc., etc. So a more protective, bigger state, I anticipate will be an outcome of this in many countries which had gone in the other direction towards stripping out state capacity, towards a very sort of blustery populist politics, as you describe it. I imagine there will be a swing back from that.
Lord Mark Mallet-Brown, thank you so much for being with us, Senior Advisor at the Eurasia Group. As we run into break, let's have a quick look at the US futures, which are indicating a strong start to the US trading session. We will be right back.
Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day. Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn on the App Store today.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn, like Sports Wars, telling the origin stories of classic rivalries, Raise Sports, about the concussion crisis that threatens football's future, and Dunkumentaries, a podcast devoted to the beauty and power of the slam dunk. For these and more, search sports documentaries on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America.
App Store.
Welcome back, everybody. So markets up and running, just short of an hour here, and we have a broad European market rebound this Monday morning. And the early look at the US futures is that we will get a strong start to the trading session here. And even as we look at this, the leader of one of the world's largest economies is now hospitalized, Steve, with coronavirus.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Look, I'm going to tie together two themes, which is very unsavory to do so, but I'm going to do it anyway because here I am, obviously, very aware of the mortality rate, which has just shot up hugely in the last 48 hours in the United Kingdom. And at the same time, I read from the headlines that markets are rallying on hopes that infection and mortality rates across Europe are plateauing. And I'm afraid to say what I'm seeing in the UK at the moment and what the markets are doing, they just don't tally. Bearing in mind, on Friday, I was standing and it was 2921 with the number of deaths in the UK, and now I see 4934. I think the markets could be a bit premature, Jeff, if they think that this is all over.
No, absolutely. And that's the interesting thing about this bounce, isn't it? Does it represent purely just a relief rally at this point, or do we have the foundations being built of something more sustainable? And it seems very difficult, Juliana, to make that argument at this point.
Oh, it is indeed very difficult. I think one of the key questions is when do you come in to buy? Yes, we're looking at an earnings trough that's potentially later in 2020, but you want to buy in before then, so it's not very straightforward.
We're going to wrap it up on Squawk Box, but stay with us. We'll be back. Same team, same high-quality programming on Street Signs in just a moment.
Stay tuned to get a free crisper tray from Granite Stone. Why is it every time you go to cook a family meal?
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows.
Stackmaster cookware is pressed from a solid aluminum disc, then fitted with a stainless steel induction plate for even heat conduction, and coated 3 times with our durable non-stick Granite Stone finish that's so good, burnt on cheese, caramel, and chocolate just doesn't stick. Stackmaster is oven rated up to 500 degrees for outstanding roasting and baking. Plus, all Stackmaster cookware is 100% dishwasher safe and PFOA free. Look, you'd expect to pay over $400 for a professional quality cookware set. But during this special TV introduction, you can get the complete Stackmaster 10-piece set. Not for $400, $300, or even $200, but for the factory direct price of just 5 easy payments of $39.99. And for everyone who calls or goes online to order today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. Stackmaster cookware is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. As a bonus, we'll include our self-draining fry basket, our stainless steel steamer insert, and our gourmet recipe guide, absolutely free. And there's even more. As a bonus, you'll get our Granite Stone crisper tray, the fast, easy, non-stick way to fry up your favorite foods. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $60 value. Yours free. That's an incredible 15-piece Stackmaster set, all for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-657-1912. That's 1-800-657-1912. Or order online at buystackmaster.com.
We are the dreamers. We come in a variety of colors
and styles,
a variety of sizes.
We come in different patterns
and different materials.
We are the dreamers.
Achieving your dream can take work.
I just wanted to do a career,
but don't give up.
Changing my life.
Don't ever give up.
Ignore the haters.
They didn't believe that I can do it, and I just proved them that I can.
Independence University.
IU is an online college.
Education online for a better life offline.
So your campus is wherever you want it to be.
Take classes when you want to take classes.
At IU, you receive the tools you need at no extra cost.
Even a brand new laptop and tablet to use in school.
You're going to keep that laptop and tablet when you graduate.
And IU's career services work really hard to help you get a job.
You've got to have dreams. Independence University.
Education online for a better life offline.
1-800-967-0542. 1-800-967-0542.
The amount of people who'd love to go to space is enormous.
Opportunity. There's always opportunity. We have to innovate to win. Think about the long term.
AI will change 100% of jobs.
There's some people in the
our base that she was sitting on.
Very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Street Signs. Here are your headlines. A global relief rally. Stocks around the world trade sharply higher amid signs the pandemic is slowing as the hardest hit countries see a decline in deaths.
Make or break oil talks are delayed while President Trump threatens to impose tariffs on crude imports. But prices win back some ground after the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund tells CNBC Moscow and Riyadh are close to a deal.
Well, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is hospitalised. Now, number 10 Downing Street is calling the decision a precautionary step as the UK leader continues to suffer persistent symptoms 10 days after contracting the virus.
Well, a very warm welcome to Street Signs. European markets have now been trading for about an hour, and they're off to a strong start this week. The main benchmark up nearly 3% now, and this follows a relatively down week last week. The benchmark lost about 0.6%. We saw the pressure come toward the end of last week as well, but it's a different story today. Investors digesting some encouraging signals around the virus numbers themselves. Some of the hardest hit countries are showing signs that the spread of the infections as well as the death rates could be slowing. Very early days though, so a high degree of caution when it comes to that data. And then overnight we got some fresh stimulus from China from the PBOC, so that providing some support as well as investors look to the OPEC Plus meeting now due to take place on Thursday to see if Saudi Arabia and Russia can come together with other energy leaders and agree a cut to oil production. Let's take a look at the different regions and what the split looks like that way. We've got the DAX up more than 4%, so very strong performance from the German part of the market. FTSE 100 up about 2.4%. Of course, the sad news that we brought you, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been admitted to the hospital. He's had persistent coronavirus symptoms now for 10 days. So he's taking some precautionary measures by going to the hospital now. CAC 40 up 3.5%, and over in Italy, the FTSE MIB is trading just about 3.2% higher. Let's take a look at autos because we are seeing a very strong bid for the European automakers this morning. You can see here Daimler shares up 6.3%, Volkswagen up nearly 7%, Porsche up 8.1%. We've heard from a few of the automakers this morning taking measures to shore up their balance sheets to try to preserve as much cash as they can to weather the storm of the crisis, and investors seem to be reacting well to that. We've got Renault up nearly 12%, so some pretty major moves there. And then, of course, the China angle. This is one of the most cyclical parts of the market. The fact that we're seeing more stimulus come through to China would also be a support for auto stocks. Let's take a look at European banks and what we're seeing this morning. A lot of debate around dividends, with the UBS coming out defending its dividend after, of course, we saw a slew of European and UK lenders cut their dividends over the last week. And you've got here a strong move higher across the European banking space. Unicredit up 4.6%, Societe Generale up 6.4% as well. And then over in Germany, you've got Commerzbank and Deutsche Bank both trading more than 4% higher. Let's take a look at airlines as well as the aerospace and defense sectors. This is part of the market very much in focus this morning. In particular, Rolls-Royce shares here up 15.5%. They have come out, they have scrapped their guidance for the year. They've also suspended their dividend, and they have announced new measures to shore up their balance sheet. And investors like what they see there. This was widely expected by the market. So that is providing a bit of a boost as well to the broader aerospace and airlines stocks. And you can see here IAG up 7%, Ryanair up nearly 9%. So very strong moves across the airlines and aerospace and defense companies. Jeff.
I think it's a fascinating example of how investors at the moment are just trying to discount the bad news and look for the positives at the moment. So here we have a little bit of data out of the UK around new car registrations. And let me tell you about this. Down 44.4% year on year in March, according to SMMT, who compiled the data here. So they have downgraded the 2020 outlook, negative 23% lower than previously, although the car industry group CEO saying we should not draw long-term conclusions from March registrations. But that number is dire, 44.4% lower in March compared to where they would have been year on year. We had dire data on Friday from the United States, that 701,000 out of the non-farm payrolls number. But there almost seems to be a view here that we can just ignore the negative print on the data and focus instead on the new infection rates. And that's the only reason I can imagine, beyond the fact that we may be perceived as oversold technically by some investors, the only real reason I can see why we've got a strong bounce here and in the futures is that we had a lot of the sell-off at the end of last week. We've come into this Monday with some of the numbers appearing to plateau in Europe around new coronavirus cases. Now, it feels way too early to talk about a proper decline at this stage, but the market is obviously grabbing on whatever crumb of comfort it can get at the moment.
I think your point about the virus numbers being all that really matters if we judging by today's share price moves, I've been reading about what numbers actually matter to investors, and given the differences in testing, the infection rate numbers themselves at first very, very useful, but now investors in Europe anyway very focused on the death rate and the death numbers because it's the only true accurate reflection of reality, and from there you can backtrack and fill in the blanks around the number of infected individuals. But the fact that we are seeing some encouraging numbers when it comes to the death rates in some of the hardest hit countries, I think that's what investors are latching onto this morning.
Okay, we'll come back to the conversation a little bit later on in the program. Let's update you on some of these numbers. Italy's daily COVID-19 death toll has risen by 525. That is the lowest number in over 2 weeks. The number of new cases has also flattened, with Saturday seeing a lower increase in confirmed cases than the day before. But government officials have warned the public not to lower their guard after a month-long lockdown. This as the country's scientific community looks to launch a so-called second phase in containing the spread of the disease. Speaking in an exclusive interview on NBC's Meet the Press, Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte thanked his people for their great sacrifice, urging for international collaboration to not give up the gains.
In this moment, I cannot say when the lockdown will stop, because we are following the suggestions of our scientists that are in the scientific and technical committee. But you have to consider that Italy has been the first country in Europe that, of course, faced this pandemic. Our response has not been perfect, maybe, but we have been acting the best of our knowledge. Today I see that our model is implemented by the countries, and its validity has been acknowledged by the WHO. And the results so far indicate that we are on the right path. Therefore, the most important message to give to our citizens is stay home as much as possible. Do not go out. And if you must leave your home, for example, to go to work or to buy food, always respect our safety rules. We are asking our people a great sacrifice. I'm aware of it, but it is the only way to defeat the pandemic altogether. The more we respect the rules, the sooner we will get out.
It sounds like there was a story in the New York Times today that if with testing, that you're hoping in your country that in order to reopen parts of the economy and reopening parts of the country, that if you might be able to have, okay, if you have the antibody to the virus, you can work, and if you don't, you have to stay home. Do you think that is in Italy's future?
We will work for that, but in this moment we are all in the same battle. We are fighting the same powerful and invisible enemy. All countries in the world are hit, and we are all in front line. Or if an outpost withdraws, the virus will spread again, and our efforts and sacrifice would be in vain. For this reason, it's crucial the cohesion and cooperation of our democracies, and it's strategic, the international collaboration.
Spain's coronavirus infection and death rate slowed for the third consecutive day on Sunday. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, says the country is, quote, close to passing the peak of infections. Spanish authorities have seen the plateauing of new cases as proof the national lockdown is working. But the government announced the measures will be extended until April 25th. Charlotte, we're just trying to square that circle. If we are seeing a plateauing here, why do we need to extend the lockdown period?
Well, because they see that the results they see now is because the lockdown started 3 weeks ago. And so because they can't just release the measures just yet, they want to carry on, see that plateau continue, slowing down of the number of cases rather than they want to see just the number of cases completely just go down. So they have to see these results and carry on with these results. And what we see today is only an impact of the measures they've put in place 3 weeks ago. Hence, they want to extend it. And that's one of the latest measures that we saw from Spain, extending the lockdown on Saturday and then address to the nation, one of the many addresses that the Spanish Prime Minister has put in place when we've seen the numbers go to 12,400 deaths in the country. But yes, this slowing pace. And we've seen also Pedro Sanchez quite active in the European press and publishing this letter yesterday in several European newspapers calling for European solidarity in the fighting this disease and the economic impact and social impact on the countries, and calling for a European Marshall Plan and also for Corona bonds. He said that this is time now for unwavering solidarity or our union will fail. And that's a very strong message coming from a Spanish Prime Minister, Spain being a historically very pro-EU country. So this message here has a warning sign from the Spanish Prime Minister saying this is the worst crisis for the Union since World War II, that we need a real proof of commitment from other EU members, and say if the virus does not respect borders, then nor should financing mechanisms. And that's, again, a warning shot here to northern countries, including the Netherlands and Germany, ahead of this Eurozone finance ministers' virtual finance meeting tomorrow, where Corona bonds will be discussed. Spain, one of the countries like France and Italy, very much in favor of Corona bonds in Europe to help rebuild European economies to try and deal with the impacts on their economies. Spain had lost numbers published on Friday, so far 900,000 jobs. So the consequences could be very dire for European economies. And the Spanish PM, they're saying that Corona bonds could be a key instrument to deal with the results of that.
Let's see. We'll keep an eye on that tomorrow. Thank you for setting the scene and keeping us up to speed, Charlotte Reed. All right, let's talk about what's going on in Germany. We got some fresh data this morning. German factory output fell in February in what's likely to be an early signal of the impact of coronavirus on Europe's largest economy. Orders fell 1.4% in February as China and Italy's economies felt the impact of the pandemic. However, the data is related to before Germany and the rest of Europe went into full lockdown. Annette joins us now with more on these numbers from Frankfurt. Annette, so these numbers give just a little bit of insight into how the German economy is faring amid the coronavirus pandemic. But what are the more forward-looking indicators telling us about how Germany is holding up?
Well, actually, the data for the factory orders of the month of February are just telling us only how the German economy fared during the phase where the coronavirus was more or less a Chinese problem, and how the German economy fared despite the lockdown of parts of the Chinese economy. And that, I have to say, and that's of course also the Economist takes, that was surprisingly strong. And then if you distract bulk orders, it is even on the rise, that number in February. But that is like the past, and that's a completely different reality, because clearly if you look at to the month of March and most likely also April, we're going to see severe drops in factory orders, in industrial activity in Germany. Just look at the PMI data for the manufacturing sector, which came out last week. For the month of March, it had the steepest decline in 11 years, so since the financial crisis. And some are even arguing that is not even the full negative picture, because also the survey period was just between March 12th and March 24th. So some production sites only closed afterwards, and also the visibility was less pronounced than we are now. I mean, now we are not expecting that production for major parts of the German economy will resume before the end of April. And that is probably why we're going to see very severe drops in economic activity, industrial production, manufacturing, that makes up a fourth of the German economy. So it is a huge issue here, and whether this is whether we're going to see loads of insolvencies also in that part of the economy, because it's dominated by small and medium-sized enterprise, very much depends on how long we're going to see that shutdown of that part of the economy or the overall society in Germany. Back to you with that.
Terrific. Annetta, thank you. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been taken to hospital 10 days after being diagnosed with coronavirus. Downing Street says the move follows advice from his doctor. Steve is at St Thomas's Hospital in central London here. Steve, what more do we know about his condition and the seriousness of it at this stage?
It seems to be that, and this is what I'm reading from various reports, maybe that he's had persistent conditions. Of course, he was diagnosed with coronavirus on the 27th of March. He went straight into self-isolation. We know since then that his partner, Carrie Simmons, who is pregnant as well, also exhibited some symptoms as well. But in terms of the problem, it seems that those precautionary measures that have been taken the last 24 hours, getting him into, we believe, potentially St Thomas's, but certainly a central London hospital, are because the persistent symptoms include a high temperature. Now, I've seen one report that says he's not getting worse, it's just that he's not getting better, as indeed people had hoped he would. So he's gone into a central London hospital, possibly St Thomas's, as a precautionary measure. But again, that is the word that keeps coming over the number 10 statement that came last night. It was on the advice of his doctor that the PM was admitted for tests. Now, my understanding from looking at the BBC's resident doctor is that those tests could include a chest x-ray, a lung scan, and perhaps some form of electrocardiogram as well, just to make sure that everything is functioning okay as well. He remains in charge of the government, in contact with his colleagues and officials. Now, there is a key meeting this morning, a coronavirus cabinet meeting. Dominic Raab, who is not only the Foreign Secretary but also the First Secretary of State, we understand will be chairing that. He is, I understand, the designated successor. That is actually taking place as we speak, 9:15 a.m. as well. And so the understanding is that last night at around 8 p.m, this according to the Times, the Prime Minister was driven across the Thames, 1.4 miles away from Downing Street to St Thomas's. He did not have an ambulance, he did not have an emergency admission, but was given oxygen, according to that report in the Times as well. And this comes at a time when the UK death toll, I'm afraid, has reached 4,934. That is up 621 in the last 24 hours. Let me hand it back to you both.
Terrific, Steve. Thanks very much. We'll see you a little bit later on. Coming up on the programme, the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund raises hopes of an oil supply deal between Russia and Saudi Arabia. More on that when we come back.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a...
The station you're listening to is experiencing technical difficulties.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app to see the latest additions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs,
Squawk Box, divided by distance, united by business.
This is the new reality we're all in.
Essential breaking news, global market moves, helping you navigate the new normal. Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch and listen live on the CNBC app.
Minutes past the hour, an OPEC Plus meeting on cutting oil output has been delayed until Thursday after a war of words erupted between Russia and Saudi Arabia. The meeting was due to take place today. Both sides have blamed each other for failing to strike a deal on production levels back in March. Since then, Riyadh has cut prices and flooded the market, despite a demand collapse due to the pandemic effect. But crude prices have won back some ground from an initial sell-off after the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, Kirill Dmitriev, told CNBC Moscow and Riyadh are, quote, very, very close to a deal. He added Russia is working to have U.S. producers agree to an output cut.
We need to work together with the U.S. to stabilize the world economy, and stabilizing oil prices is one part of it. U.S. could lose 10 million jobs if the market is not stabilized. So we are working very close with U.S., with Texas regulator, with the energy minister of the U.S. to have U.S. participate in the upcoming cut in the oil markets as well. And I think it's Russia, Saudi Arabia, U.S., other countries that need to step in to stabilize the markets and to bring stability in the world that is about to see probably the greatest recession ever.
President Trump says he could slap substantial tariffs on crude oil coming into the U.S. in order to protect American oil companies amid a supply glut. It comes as the Financial Times reports Canadian and U.S. officials have held talks on the possibility of imposing levies on Russian and Saudi Arabian crude imports. Trump said he would use tariffs if necessary, but stressed he didn't think he would need to. Let's bring in Alan Gelder, Vice President, Refining Chemicals and Oil Markets from Wood Mackenzie, and Steve, our oil and gas guru, will join as well. Alan, when you think about the pressures facing the Saudi and Russian economies at this stage, they're both under a huge amount of pressure, not only from lower oil, but also from coronavirus and the economic impact of the shutdowns there. With that in mind, what are the odds we see an agreement at this week's meeting?
Oh, it's very hard to call, actually. The conversation and the tone of the conversations have been changing over recent days. Our perspective is we think this agreement faces a lot of hurdles because both Saudi Arabia and Russia are indicating interest in an agreement, but various parties want to tag along others to make sure they alone are not taking these cuts. And for some of the others, such as the US, we think implementing material cuts in production will be quite difficult to do.
Alan, very good morning to you. A lot of people obviously focusing on the here and now and the OPEC Plus meeting, but I want to focus on the medium term for investors rather than traders as well. How much investment destruction is there at these kind of price levels? Because Dr. Fatih Birol and others have always talked about the trillions of dollars of investment that are needed to keep production at current levels, let alone seeing it grow. Are we seeing a massive amount of investment destruction down here, which sows the seeds for a spike at a later date?
Oh, yes, very significantly. I mean, we've looked, Wood Mackenzie's used this extensive upstream database, and basically, if we just pick some numbers, the prices we're at, let's say we just take Brent, currently Brent's above 30, but if we have Brent 35, then there's 4 million barrels a day of production that are cash negative on a short-run marginal cost basis. So the cost of getting out of the ground is higher than what they're selling it for. If you go to prices that are $25 Brent, that goes up to 10 million barrels a day. So the incentive for producers at the moment is to shut in and not produce. It just, the investment decision is even further beyond in the horizon as a result of how much of the industry is cash negative at these positions, at these prices. And we've got no US tight oil wells make money under 35. So in future investment is just going to be massively delayed and not take place at these price levels.
Yeah, and Alan, look, industry insiders have told you and I for a long time, I'm pretty sure, that actually they had grave concerns about the spending on shale in the US in 2021, 2022. That was way before the coronavirus pandemic as well. Is it the US production that will get the biggest problem going forward, rather than the Russians, rather than the Saudis, rather than OPEC?
Yes, that's literally because for those countries, if you look at it on a simplistic basis, Russia and Saudi's cost of production are very low. Shale needs higher to sustain an investment. Where you get the complication for Russia and Saudi Arabia is the contribution their oil industries make to overall government revenues. Then you're looking at fiscal break-evens, which are much higher. Russia has some insulation from the weakness of the ruble and its sovereign wealth fund. One thing they've been very clear about is they can maintain these price levels for many months, which we believe to be true. It's not comfortable for them, but they've gone very hard in making a statement around US energy dominance and the prices that need to be achieved with that and the complications that comes with that.
Alan, just to get your insight on the Russians would be interesting at this point. We've had a couple of leading players in the Russian business community on the channel this morning who've been telling us the Kremlin is keen on a deal and close to a deal, but obviously we didn't get that meeting today that everybody was anticipating. What do you think the Russians are holding out for here? Because we know that there are some oil producers in Russia who didn't like the OPEC Plus agreement already.
I think what they're holding out for is some contribution or commitment from the US to not fill the gap that would appear if the other producers cut supply.
Alan, we're going to wrap up with you. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Alan Gelder, the Vice President Refining Chemicals and Oil Markets at Wood Mackenzie. For the latest on the tumultuous oil markets and negotiations among producers, go to cnbc.com. There's a story on exactly what is going on in the energy markets right now.
And still ahead on Street Signs, we'll look at the race to produce more coronavirus testing kits and discuss just how far away we still are from a vaccine with the president of Takeda Pharmaceuticals vaccine unit, Rajiv Venkaya. That's coming up next.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51. winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn, like Sports Wars, telling the origin stories of classic rivalries, Raise Sports, about the concussion crisis that threatens football's future, and Dunkumentaries, a podcast devoted to the beauty and power of the slam dunk. For these and more, search sports documentaries on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find
the app.
Very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Street Signs. I'm Jeff Cutmore.
And I'm Juliana Tattlebaum. These are your headlines.
So we have a global relief rally. Stocks around the world trading sharply higher amid signs the pandemic is plateauing as the hardest hit countries see a decline in the numbers of reported deaths.
Autos and industrials power higher, leading the charge in the early session, despite stark financial reports from the likes of German carmaker BMW and British engine maker Rolls-Royce.
Make or break, oil talks are delayed while President Trump threatens to impose tariffs on crude imports, but prices win back some ground after the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund tells CNBC Moscow and Riyadh are close to a deal.
And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is hospitalized. Downing Street calls the decision a precautionary step as the UK leader continues to suffer persistent symptoms 10 days after contracting the virus.
So welcome back. Let's just give you some March construction PMI data from the UK. The number coming in at 39.3 as against February's 52.6. The poll expectation was 44 on this data, so 39.3 is obviously a more significant contraction, and the number falling at the fastest rate in March since 2009, as I say. So again, just another data point that reinforces the idea that the coronavirus lockdown is having a significant impact on all parts of the economy, both in the UK and elsewhere.
And in terms of the measures to cushion the blow to the UK economy, we've got some news here from the European Commission. The Commission has said it has approved a £50 billion, quote, umbrella scheme to support companies affected by the coronavirus outbreak. This approval is in line, here's some commentary just coming through from Reuters, is in line with modified EU rules allowing a temporary and limited amount of aid to businesses facing a sudden shortage of liquidity. In terms of the form this $50 billion umbrella fund will take, it will be a combination of grants, equity injections, tax advantages, and loans. And this, of course, is aimed at supporting those companies affected by the coronavirus outbreak. So some more measures agreed by the European Commission.
It's interesting, though, looking at the sterling spike here, and I suspect that has not so much to do with the data points that we're just getting at the moment, but possibly the op-ed over the weekend from Andrew Bailey, who basically shot down the idea of monetary financing of government debt over the long term and said, we are not in the business of effectively bailing out indebted governments. There will not be. a Bank of England that steps in and says, okay, fine, we will just monetize debt here. And perhaps that encouraging one or two back into sterling at this point, because obviously there are concerns about all this debt now that's being raised to deal with fiscal stimulus for the coronavirus effect.
And of course, this whole crisis has brought back into question or brought a spotlight onto the fact that the UK, managing its own currency, unlike its European peers, has the advantage of being able to make decisions like this. So, yeah, there you've got sterling trading around 122.87 versus the dollar. Let's get a check on European markets. About an hour and a half into the trading session, decent gains across the board there. The DAX trading 3.6% higher, so a little bit off the peak of the morning, but not by much. We've got the FTSE 100 up 1.6% despite that rise in sterling. So we are seeing gains across both the equities and the currency in the UK. FTSE MIB over in Italy up 2.8%. Let's get a look at U.S. futures, which are also pointing to a stronger start, but similarly off the highs of the morning. So the Dow looking to open about 775 points higher now. We were looking at closer to 900 points worth of gains earlier on. And worth noting that we have seen a pullback in the oil price in the last hour or so. So perhaps that feeding through to broader equity markets and investor thinking as well.
Let's tack back to the disease itself. Apple aims to produce more than 1 million face shields a week for medical workers. CEO Tim Cook says the products, which can be assembled in 2 minutes, will help combat the shortage in personal protective equipment for frontline staff. The tech giant has already donated 25 million masks to health organizations in need.
UK Health Secretary Matt Hancock has admitted that coronavirus antibody home test kits are not yet good enough at detecting who's already had the virus. The UK government has ordered 17.5 million such tests, but not completed the purchase. It aims to increase its daily diagnostic testing, which shows if you have the virus, to 100,000 a day by the end of this month. It currently stands at just 10,000 per day. Let's bring in our next guest, Rajiv Venkaya, MD, president of the Vaccine Business Unit at Takeda Pharmaceuticals. Steve is also standing by outside of St. Thomas's Hospital, London, to join the conversation. Thanks very much for being with us, Rajiv. So you're head of the Global Vaccine Business Unit at Takeda. First and foremost, when do you think we're going to have a vaccine ready to fight coronavirus?
Well, what you're hearing about the timelines is accurate from people like Tony Fauci, where we think that 12 to 18 months to have a vaccine in substantial quantities is a very, very aggressive timeline, and one that we're working to, that companies are working to meet. Of course, if there's any way to do it faster, then we will. But it's very important to understand that we don't want to make any compromises on safety or understanding of efficacy of the vaccine before we give it to large numbers of people.
And it's not just about creating a vaccine. Obviously, that is the goal right now. That's the most important thing. But it's also important where the vaccine is created. And we've seen a lot of headlines around the U.S. Trying to get involved and shore up supplies, access to potential vaccines. How is that factoring into the whole vaccine debate? Obviously, you're right at the center of it yourself, heading up a vaccine unit. So are you getting approached by governments? How is this all working?
So what I would say is that this is a global public health emergency, and whatever we're developing as a community, whether it be vaccines or drugs or diagnostic tests, need to be made widely available to everyone that needs them in whatever country they may be. I've seen extraordinary collaboration around the industry and with the scientific community to accomplish that objective. When you look at organizations like CEPI, which is the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, this is a group that has a primary job of developing vaccines just like this, number one, and number two, making sure everyone who needs that vaccine has access to it. So I would say that access is a very, very high priority for everyone that's working on vaccines and drugs.
Rajiv, very good morning to you. How dangerous is it, politicians talking about alternative treatments such as hydroxychloroquine as well? We know that the President of the United States has talked about this a couple of times. In your opinion, what do you think the ramifications of such promotion are?
Well, look, everybody wants to have safe and effective treatments. We have a lot of people who are critically ill in hospitals around the world, and we're using all the tools that are at our disposal, including medications that have been used for other diseases in the event that they might work in this case. What I would say is that it's very, very important for us to get good, what we call controlled data, to help us to understand the actual efficacy and effectiveness. And this is something that's being done for many, many drugs at this point. Until we have that data, we should treat these drugs as investigational for the purposes of this kind of treatment. But then hopefully we'll gather that data very, very soon, and we'll know definitively one way or another whether physicians and other practitioners should add these to their toolkit.
Rajiv, while we're waiting for that 12 to 18-month timeline to come through with a vaccine in substantial quantities, everyone's looking at the distant social experiments. And here in Europe, of course, the difference between the Swedish approach and the rest of mainland Europe as well. What do you think of the Swedish approach towards immunity rather than what we're seeing in countries such as Italy, Spain, France, UK, Germany?
Well, I actually was at the White House when we developed this strategy that is now called flattening the curve, this strategy of flattening the curve through social distancing. And I would say that there are a lot of experiments that are going on around the world right now, including the places that you've mentioned. And we're gathering a lot of data about what works and what doesn't. It's too soon to say how effective it will be to have limited interventions on person-to-person interaction to see if you can control the amount of transmission and keep it in check, if you will, so that you can manage to keep communities going while at the same time limiting the burden on hospitals. So I would say that it's a huge challenge, because in many cases we can't get real-time feedback on the effectiveness on these measures on transmission, but we are learning in real time. And the reality is that if something's not working, then we can impose greater restrictions immediately in an effort to stop the transmission. The problem, of course, is that once you impose a restriction, it takes you a few weeks to know whether it's actually worked.
There are these parallels with we're building the plane as we fly it, that's used to reference how we're going about conjuring the response here to coronavirus. But as your own background shows, in the White House and then with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, there have been those who've foreseen an eventuality like this for years. Can I ask you just maybe to address then how you think we need to change the system when we've dealt with this crisis to make sure that there's a higher level of preparedness when the next crisis comes round?
Well, the first thing we need to understand is what's happening in the animal and human health population with viruses like this that we haven't really been paying attention to, but are out there and have the potential to jump over from animals into the human population. We call that surveillance, and we have some surveillance activities going on around the world. We need to make those much better. The other is around the response plan. We know that whenever you have something like this, a lot of people are going to get sick very, very quickly. And as we're seeing in different parts of the world, the illnesses can come in waves. And you've seen in the graphs that there are peaks in the demand on healthcare capacity that in many cases overstretch or even break the healthcare system. We need to do a very effective job, not just of flattening the curve to lower the difference between the peak demand and the supply that's available. We also need to increase the supply. And that involves very smart planning for large numbers of sick people in a community, where you incorporate into your plans the desire to use gymnasiums and to use hotels and to use alternate facilities. But facilities aren't enough. You also need people. And as we're seeing around the world, retired physicians and nurses are being brought in. Medical students are graduating early so that we can expand the army of healthcare workers that unfortunately are putting themselves in at risk and putting themselves in harm's way and need adequate protection. So I would say that kind of preparedness for large numbers of people who are ill is incredibly important. And the last thing I'll say is that we need to approach this as a global community. There are places in the world that are really suffering in terms of their access to the medical resources they need, whereas in other parts of the world, the wave hasn't hit them yet, or it's already passed through those communities. And we need to have the free flow, the sharing of people and resources and technologies, tools for the communities that are hardest hit to address the problem in that moment.
Sir, we're going to wrap with you there. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time. Rajiv Venkaya, the Managing Director and President of the Vaccine Business Unit for Takeda Pharmaceuticals. Some businesses that have been impacted by coronavirus have been updating us on trade. Rolls-Royce has withdrawn its annual profit guidance and suspended its dividend for the first time since 1987 due to the impact of the virus outbreak on global airlines. The engine maker said it's also secured a new revolving credit facility worth £1.5 billion in a bid to shore up liquidity. BMW sales nosedived by more than 20% in the first quarter as demand was hit by the virus outbreak. The German car maker said the impact of the pandemic is clear to see in China and was clear to see by February and in Europe and the United States. The following month, almost all of BMW's European and American retail outlets remain temporarily closed.
Elsewhere in the auto space, Volkswagen CEO Herbert Diess says he cannot reveal if the carmaker will issue a profit warning due to the coronavirus outbreak. In an interview with a German newspaper, Diess added that he did not think the company will need state funds to weather the crisis, but he said a prolonged shutdown would be difficult for the business. Coming up on Street Signs, the U.S. stimulus bill is the largest bailout in history. However, NYU economist Roman Friedman believes that it may not be enough to get the economy back on track. We'll speak to him after the break.
And she was the Fed chief who focused on labor trends and employment. Our U.S. colleagues will be speaking with former Fed Chair Janet Yellen later today. That exclusive interview at 1600 CET. Let's see what she makes of the latest claims numbers. We'll be right back, everybody.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley, the hill, why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
Squawk Box, divided by distance, united by business.
This is the new reality we're all in.
Essential breaking news, global market moves, helping you navigate the new normal. Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch and listen live on the CNBC app.
Welcome back to Street Signs. New York has reported a slowdown in new coronavirus deaths over the weekend. Governor Andrew Cuomo said 594 new fatalities were reported on Sunday compared to 630 the day before. But he added it is too soon to draw conclusions. More than 4,000 people have died from the virus in the state so far.
The U.S. labour market contracted for the first time in nearly a decade in March as shutdowns took their toll on the world's largest economy. U.S. non-farm payrolls fell by 710,000, which was higher than the estimates. The decline brings an end to 113 months of consecutive job growth. The unemployment rate also rose above expectations to 4.4%. That's its biggest increase since 1975. However, the data does not fully include the nearly 10 million jobless claims filed in the final 2 weeks of March, which could lead to a further rise in unemployment. St. Louis Fed President James Bullard says the U.S. economy is not in free fall despite concerns over the impact of the virus and the rise in unemployment. In a television interview on Sunday, he added there is, quote, nothing wrong with the economy itself, stating it could recover once the spread of the virus eases. Our next guest believes that the U.S. stimulus package misses the mark on what the U.S. economy needs in order to cope with the virus impact. Roman Friedman joins us, Professor of Economics at NYU. Good to have you with us, Professor. Let me just ask you very briefly to explain to us why the stimulus that is being lined up at the moment doesn't do the job necessary.
Good to be with you. The stimulus doesn't do the job necessarily, and necessarily is a very kind word because the stimulus is fighting the last war. The stimulus is fighting the 2008 war and the Great Depression, whereas we are in neither of those wars. We are in a war against the COVID-19. Let me explain super briefly. The COVID-19 crisis is not a crisis where firms go bankrupt. It's a crisis in which the workers cannot go to work because we have to overcome the crisis so they don't die. Given that, we have to have measures that maintain them throughout the crisis so indeed the economy can come back when the crisis is over, and at the same time that redirect the effort of the private sector, not just the Military Production Act, to the fight against the war. And the $2 trillion package, only a part of it, namely the part for small business, does some of it, namely incentivizes the small business to retain labor. The rest of it is basically a giveaway to the corporate sector without doing anything. So basically what happens is that the corporate sector receives the guaranteed loan, and what it does, it releases labor to the pool of the unemployed. Then the government picks up the bill, so the government pays $500 billion to the corporate sector and then spends $260 billion for the unemployment benefits, with innumerable costs, including the industrial structure, which makes it very difficult to restart, and with the impairment to the effort against the crisis that this does not foster. So that's the long and short of it. I can elaborate on it, but I'm sure you don't want me to.
No, well, Professor, we definitely want to hear from you, so appreciate your thoughts. I guess very simply, should the companies that are borrowing on the back of these stimulus measures be forced to repurpose their facilities and contribute in some way to the pandemic efforts the same way they would be in a wartime situation?
Absolutely, and they should absolutely do that, and this is not impossible. The country called Denmark, that you all know extremely well, has done exactly that, and the difference in Denmark and the United States is that in Denmark it has been done by many companies voluntarily. So let me give you an example. Both large and small. Carlsberg, a famous beer producer, has donated of the order of 18,000 liters to the production of hand sanitizers, thereby eliminating shortages. Maersk Air, another giant, is using its airplanes to transport equipment from China, medical equipment. One could ask, why shouldn't Delta Airlines, in exchange of the largesse in the package, not have to transport medical equipment from Wyoming, where the equipment is in surplus, in order to bring it to New York and then bring it back? This is not understandable why that's going on. Really not.
Professor, a quick word on infrastructure spending. It can work as a stimulus for economies. It has been proven historically, but it takes a mighty long time as well, doesn't it? Just explain to us how long you think it will take to get the economic benefits, if indeed there is trillions of dollars of infrastructure spending in the US and beyond.
The infrastructure spending has a little bit of a problem that the people who are in a lockdown can't build roads, and roads are not built overnight. Infrastructure spending is a long overdue great program after this is sort of ebbing at least, but it's certainly not where we are in the United States. So it's a very strange program. That's what I meant by our wonderful leaders fighting the last war. They think they're in a Great Depression, except that the firms only are going bankrupt because they are not supporting the firms properly. Labor is only in the unemployment pool because they basically put no conditions on the companies to receive the loan guarantees, and the taxpayers get the short end of the stick, and the rest of the world gets the implosion of the U.S. economy. That's what we get for $2 trillion. That's a great bill, by the way, for $2 trillion.
It's a great bill. All right, Professor, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us and weighing in. Professor of Economics, NYU, that's Roman Friedman. U.S. futures will leave you with a look to break. We are in for a positive start to trade for Wall Street. That's it for today's show, and that's it from me and Jeff. Thanks very much for watching.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app. Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with the TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley, the hill, why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
I'm Sharon Epperson, and like many Americans, I'm working from home. There have been some big changes in health insurance coverage for the coronavirus. A new law now requires health insurance companies to cover diagnostic COVID-19 testing for free, no out-of-pocket cost to the patient. Several major carriers are waiving copays and deductibles for hospitalizations. Others may not make you pay for certain medications for treatment. Check your plan's coverage and what it may cost you.
Breaking news, Wall Street in rally mode as President Trump voices some hope over a, quote, leveling off of coronavirus cases in key United States hotspots. Oil coming off its best week on record as one Russian insider tells CNBC Saudi Arabia and Russia are very, very close to a deal. We'll speak with RBC's Halima Croft about that. And UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson checking himself into the hospital as a, quote, precautionary step 10 days after testing positive for the COVID-19 virus. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020, and you are watching CNBC. Good morning and welcome to the show. I'm Dominic Chu, live at CNBC Global Headquarters. We begin with breaking news. Dow futures right now pointing to a surge at the opening bell. As you can see here, if all things hold true into the opening bell, we could see an 838-point gain for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, a 101-point gain for the S&P 500, and a 324-point gain for the NASDAQ as well. So again, a big surge after some down moves last week. Also keeping an eye on the bond market as well. We are seeing some movement there in terms of yields on benchmark U.S. Treasury bonds and notes. Two-year note yields on the short end of things, 26 basis points or 0.26%, a tick higher there. 10-year benchmark Treasury note yields a hair over 65 basis points or 0.65%. So you can see sell-off of government bonds, those yields rising. Crude also moving at least to the downside right now, at least in early trading. You can see here, WTI crude off about 2.5%, $27.60 the last trade there. This after logging its best week in history. We'll have much more on that trade in just a moment. We have team coverage from around the world to kick off your Monday morning. Juliana Tattlebaum is standing by in our London newsroom with the early European trade. NBC's Tracy Potts in Washington, D.C. with the latest on the U.S. virus relief efforts and President Trump's latest comments. Our own Hadley Gamble is live in Abu Dhabi with the latest on energy talks between the U.S., Russia, and Saudi Arabia. And Steve Sedgwick has the latest on UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson in London. And of course, Seema Modi here at CNBC Global Headquarters with all the latest news on the coronavirus. Juliana, we'll start with you and the European bourses.
Good morning, Dom. Thank you so much. Well, European markets are off to a strong start this week. The main benchmark, the Stoxx 600, is up 2.6%. This comes after a fairly downbeat week last week when the Stoxx 600 lost about 0.6%. Investors in Europe taking comfort in some of those numbers on the virus itself, coming out of some of the hardest hit countries over the weekend. One number in particular, investors are focusing on. Italy reported its lowest daily death toll in more than 2 weeks over the weekend. So some encouraging signals there, but very early days. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what the split looks like behind that 2.6% gain. Every sector trading higher this morning. Travel and leisure and autos are performing best. Banks also holding up well, up 4.3%. On the downside, oil and gas stocks are underperforming with that basket up just 0.2% as the oil price has really floated around this morning. And I know you're going to go into that in a bit more detail. Let me just take you to the best single stocks and worst single stocks this morning, if I can. Rolls-Royce, so hopefully we can get that board for you. Rolls-Royce here is up 14% today. And the reason I want to highlight this is a company that's come out, they've slashed their dividend, and they have withdrawn their guidance for the year, and investors have cheered the move. So lots of debate around whether companies should hold on to their dividends in this environment. Here's an example of when investors welcome the move. Dom, back to you.
All right, Juliana Teitelbaum, thank you very much for that update from the European side of things. Back home, President Trump expressing hope late last night that the U.S. is starting to see a, quote, leveling off of COVID-19 cases in some of the country's biggest hotspots. He says the federal government has stockpiled around 29 million doses of the anti-malarial drug hydroxychloroquine to help treat the virus, despite its lack of proven results so far in doing so. And while relief checks are still weeks away for many Americans, the president says he likes the idea of sending even more relief checks in the coming months. A very busy night for sure. NBC's Tracy Potts joins us now with a breakdown of everything you need to know on the Washington, D.C. front. Good morning, Tracy.
Dom, good morning. We are watching the number of cases. It is going to be a critical week for the coronavirus, and a bit of a mixed bag, because while some areas are getting worse, others are clearly improving.
I see light at the end of the tunnel.
With coronavirus cases expected to peak this week, the White House is hopeful.
We're also hopeful to see a stabilization of cases across these large metro areas where the outbreak began.
Washington State is giving away ventilators.
Because we acted relatively early.
In New York, most people hospitalized are going home.
The number of deaths over the past few days has been dropping for the first time.
But new hotspots are popping up in Illinois, Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C.
We are struggling to get it under control.
It's a critical week. Health experts are warning Americans to even avoid grocery stores and pharmacies. The federal government has millions of gloves and masks on the way. Democrats are pushing President Trump to appoint one person in charge of managing supplies.
A senior military officer, a czar, to be in charge of manufacturing and distribution and have the full authority of the president to send the materials where they're most needed.
The White House is reportedly considering it. The president also says he's open to another relief package with money for infrastructure projects. That's money, of course, for jobs to get people back to work. Tom?
All right, so Tracy, we know that there's a constant eye being put on these hot spots. Is there any indication right now that the administration is moving in some ways to really bolster the testing effort? We've heard from some medical experts right now that could be the key, just identifying where those hot spots could pop up, not just the ones that are in existence right now.
Right. Well, one thing they're focusing on right now when it comes to testing, Dom, is this new 15-minute test. They're now trying to turn out 50,000 more of those tests every week to try to identify not only more people, but to identify whether people are infected with this virus more quickly.
All right, Tracy Potts, thank you very much for that update with the latest on the coronavirus and the Washington, D.C. response. Thank you very much. Sticking with the U.S., where more than 330,000 COVID-19 cases have been reported thus far, one Fed official is not ready to sound the economic alarm just yet, despite estimates the country could see as many as 47 million people out of work by the end of this epidemic. Seema Modi is here with more on that story. Good morning, Seema.
Morning, Dom. That's right. St. Louis Federal Reserve President James Bullard is pushing back on the idea that the U.S. economy is in a free fall on CBS Face the Nation yesterday.
I would push back against the idea of the economy or the job market being in free fall. We're asking people to stay home to invest in national health, and we're asking them to use the unemployment insurance program in order to get the transfers they need to be able to pay bills while they're at home, while they're not able to work because health authorities are trying to get the virus under control.
On to the banks. Wells Fargo says it's capping its participation in the U.S. government's small business coronavirus rescue program at $10 billion due to regulatory constraints. The Federal Reserve is in early 2018 ordered Wells Fargo to keep its assets below $1.95 trillion until it had improved its governance and risk controls following a wave of sale practice scandals. And news on the treatment front. The FDA has given the green light to an experimental drug from pharma company Mesoblast used in treating patients with acute respiratory distress syndrome. And biotech giant Gilead Sciences says it's rapidly expanding the supply of another experimental coronavirus drug and is prepared to donate 1.5 million doses to hospitals dealing with severely ill patients. Dom?
All right, Seema Modi, thank you very much for the updates there on the coronavirus. To the developing story in the oil patch, prices tried to trim some overnight losses after news an OPEC Plus meeting scheduled for today had been delayed until Thursday. Now, that headline sending energy prices falling, with U.S. benchmark crude prices down nearly 9%. But in an interview on CNBC, the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund said despite the rift between the Saudis and the Russians, both countries are actually very, very close to a deal. This as President Trump says he's considering, quote, substantial tariffs if oil prices remain where they are today. Our own Hadley Gamble joins us now from Abu Dhabi with the latest details on that. Hadley.
Hey, good morning, Dom. That's absolutely right. All the green we saw on the screen last week getting wiped off, oil prices back in the red, and it seems as if this tit-for-tat between Saudi Arabia, Russia, and even the United States is far from over. This, of course, all following the last couple of days where we saw the Russians coming out and essentially pushing back on Saudi Arabia, saying Saudi Arabia was the one standing in the middle and standing in front of getting an actual deal done. Then the Saudis pushing back in the last 24 hours in a statement. His Royal Highness Abdulaziz, the oil minister of Saudi Arabia, essentially saying that what the Russians had said was, quote, fully devoid of the truth, and that the withdrawal of the kingdom from the agreement was not correct, that Russia was the one that had refused to get involved with the agreement, while the kingdom and 22 other countries making up OPEC were trying to persuade the Russians to make further cuts and extend that agreement. Now, that, of course, took place yesterday. This morning, I had the chance to catch up in an exclusive interview with the head of the RDIF, the man that was really one of the main architects, frankly, of this Russia-Saudi Arabia détente that's been growing since 2016. Listen in to what he had to say.
I think we're very, very close. So if you look at the announcements that President Putin made on Friday, he basically talks that Russia is ready for a 10 to 12, maybe even more million cut that is important for the markets. He talked about how important this oil deal is. So Russia is committed. And I think we came through a long way with Saudi Arabia. We overcame lots of difficulties. You know, many people were doubting we would do the first original cut deal. We were able to succeed. So I think we are much closer than many people think. And I think the whole market understands that this deal is important and it will bring lots of stability, so much important stability to the market. And we are very close.
Kirill Dmitriev there, the head of the RDIF, that's Russia's direct investment fund. They got $10 billion to deploy in Russian investment. They've basically been working with the Saudis, as you probably know, Dom, for quite a while now. And one of the big questions that everybody has going into the rest of the day is how quickly the Saudis are going to respond and affirm basically that they're ready to come to the table on Thursday.
All right, so Hadley, we know that a deal is in the works. We know that Thursday is now when they're going to get together to talk, OPEC and its partner countries. Is there a notion that the numbers of barrels per day we're talking about is still in the realm of what President Trump had mentioned in his tweets, around that 10 to 15 million barrel per day? Or is there a different number being bandied about right now among oil-producing countries?
This is the big question, Dom, and this is the number that everybody seems to be working off of, at least so far. But you've got to remember that this has become such a bigger story than just the barrels per day. This is a question about not just market stability and putting a price under the floor of the market, but essentially what folks are saying to me is, listen, we've got way too much oil out there. We've got so little demand. We don't have an idea of what that demand picture is going to look like. And now we're having trouble finding storage for all of this oil. And I'm hearing, from folks in the GCC countries about the potential to shut off fields. This is how far they've gone. Now, President Trump, in the comments that you heard over the weekend, saying, when it comes to oil, it's not good for Saudi Arabia, and these lower prices aren't good for the Russians either. But think about extraction costs. So Saudi Arabia, it's cheaper for them than any other country when it comes to extraction. And frankly, from the analysts we've been speaking to, when it comes to Saudi Arabia, they could potentially be the last man standing on this, Dom.
All right, Hadley Gamble, live in Abu Dhabi with us with the latest on the oil patch. Thank you very much. When we come back on the show, much more on the global oil price war and what role the U.S. should play in the negotiations. RBC's Halima Croft is coming up later on in the show. But first, why our next guest says the buy signals are lighting up for investors looking to put cash to work. And then later on, we head back out to London for the latest on Boris Johnson and his fight with the coronavirus 10 days in for the UK Prime Minister. A very busy hour still ahead when CNBC returns.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow at TuneIn and always be in the know.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app. Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with the TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley, the hill, why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
E2 now.
Welcome back. Taking a look at futures right now, we are pointing to some very solid gains at the opening bell. You can see that the Dow Jones would open up by nearly 800 points, the S&P by about 95, and the NASDAQ up 305 points implied at the opening bell. This after the major averages last week posted their third weekly decline out of the past 4. The Dow falling more than 2.5% with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ dropping around 2% each. For more now, I'm joined by Jeff Kilberg, founder and CEO of KKM Financial. He is also a CNBC contributor. So, Jeff, let's talk a little bit about whether or not this market action today is making you feel slightly more positive and more constructive in the medium to longer term.
Well, good morning, Dom, and I am more optimistic short term. It's really interesting to see the reversal we saw last week. The S&P 500 was down about 2.5%. Here we are in overnight action, up nearly 4%. What's interesting, some of the measures we look at the VIX, for instance, down nearly under 40. It was above 85 just 2 weeks ago. So this volatility, despite the fact it's still elevated, is subdued. And a lot of people are probably raising their eyebrows, scratching their head, saying, is this a bear market rally? I don't think it is, Dom. And the reason is we have a tactical model, and it turned very bullish last Friday. We've actually reduced our bond allocation. We had a 30% position to AGG. We are now fully allocated from a technical perspective to the sectors we like. So we do see a lot of optimism. We're looking for a consistency this week. We want to see a couple consecutive days of continued diminishing numbers of the coronavirus. But by and large, we're pretty optimistic. It'll be interesting to see if the institutions deploy capital this week.
All right, so you mentioned the tactical models that you use are pointing to some more bullish sentiment ahead. I'm curious what exactly those model inputs are that are telling you from a tactical short-term perspective that things are more constructive. What data points point you to that bullish tone?
Every week we run relative strength powered by NASDAQ Dorsey Wright, and those relative strength components really measure what the fixed income market is doing to the equity market. So for 3 weeks ago, we saw a signal where it put us in a very defensive posture, took that 30% position in AGG. Just last Thursday night after the close, we ran those numbers, and all of a sudden you're seeing fixed income fall out of favor from a technical perspective. This is pure 100% X's and O's, Dom. This is muting all the noise, leaning on technical short term.
All right, so let's talk about then if you are constructive, if people are seeing green on the screen, what exactly should they be doing today, and where exactly should they be deploying their assets or capital?
Well, it's a great question. I think we have to understand the sectors that were working prior to the coronavirus. We have to understand the sectors that were hitting in 2019. So we talk about tech, XLK. We talk about semis, SOXX. We also talk about medical devices. Medical devices obviously are getting a lot of attention, IHI. But don't forget that we're looking at biotech, IBB. Some of these healthcare ETFs we really like, but there's also single stock opportunities, Dom. We're looking for quality, looking for essential names. And despite the fact that we saw indiscriminate selling over the last couple of weeks, I think there's price dislocation in some of these names. These are names that you really have to understand. These are blue chip names. Johnson & Johnson, Target, Citi, American Express, even go with the cloud play like CRM. But these are names that are going to have more capture of the upside potentially due to the fact they were oversold in the last couple of weeks.
All right, Jeff Kilberg, thank you very much for those market thoughts this morning with a lot of upside pressure building today. Thank you very much. Still on deck for the show. From Max to masks, try saying that 5 times fast, what Apple is doing to help the urgent medical supply shortfall amid the coronavirus outbreak. Stay tuned. You're watching CNBC.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox.
Ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
You enter the market, only to find unpredictability around every corner. That's why the wise investor turns to one of the most secure investments on Wall Street, or any street. Assured Guarantee, the proven leader in municipal bond insurance.
I am totally blind. And Non-24 can make me show up too early or too late, or make me feel like I'm not really there. Talk to your doctor and call 844-234-2424.
Thank you for always being here. When dawn breaks a new day, when Mother Nature changes her mind, you're always here when others need a hand. On the farm, taking care of family, carrying this nation. And so we're here in over 1,800 communities with the feed and supplies you absolutely need. Always.
We cannot do all the good that the world needs. But right now, the world needs all the good that we can do. To everyone working to keep America strong, thank you.
It's a challenging market. Edward Jones is well aware of that, which is why we're ready to listen and ready to help you find opportunity.
So, let's talk.
Edward Jones, it's time for investing to feel individual.
I found a way to relieve my constipation that's both gentle and fast. Delcolax Liquid works naturally with the water in my body to provide gentle relief in as little as 30 minutes. Stimulant-free Delcolax Liquid puts you comfortably in control.
Welcome back. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson remains in a London hospital this morning after being admitted over the weekend with quote-unquote persistent symptoms of the coronavirus after testing positive for the illness just some 10 days ago. Steve Sedgwick joins us now from London. And Steve, the Prime Minister is vowing to remain on the job, saying this was just a precautionary step. Can you give us more on what exactly he is dealing with right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Don. Well, look, we're outside St Thomas's Hospital, one of the big National Health Service hospitals in London. It's actually only 1.4 miles away from Downing Street, and there has been speculation, including from the Times, that yesterday evening at around 8 p.m. the Prime Minister was driven here. It was not a hospital emergency admission. He didn't come in an ambulance. He was driven across the Thames from Downing Street to St Thomas's to be admitted for a series of precautionary tests, as you say. Now, he had coronavirus about 10 days ago on the 27th of March, and since then has had persistent symptoms, including a high temperature as well. So the Prime Minister has gone in, we understand, for a series of precautionary tests. But according to Number 10 Downing Street, he remains in charge of the government. In fact, Robert Jenrick, who is the Housing Minister, has said this morning that he's heard that the Prime Minister is doing well and does remain in charge. That said, the Foreign Secretary, who is also the first Secretary of State, Dominic Raab, he chaired a meeting this morning at 9:15 local time, chairing a cabinet coronavirus crisis meeting as well. And of course, we've also heard from the US President Donald Trump saying last night at the start of his White House presser that Donald Trump and Boris Johnson were great friends, and that Boris Johnson was a great gentleman and a great leader as well, and wished him well as well. But we haven't heard any more as of yet on the condition of the Prime Minister here in central London.
All right, Steve, I want to also pivot to the other side of the governance there, and that is the royal family. Queen Elizabeth made a lot of waves. She made a very rare appearance to speak and address the nation about what's happening right now. What exactly was the impetus behind that, and just how much are Britons taking from the Queen's speech this morning as we head into this week?
Yeah, it's very interesting. At 8 p.m. last night, Her Majesty the Queen made a speech which was carried out on all the major terrestrial networks here. It was a very rare message, a rallying call from the Queen, saying that the UK will succeed. And she praised the coming together to help others as well. She said, "We will meet again." And of course, some of our older viewers on CNBC might notice that that's pretty much taken from a line from Vera Lynn, who was pretty much the forces' sweetheart in the Second World War, when Her Majesty the Queen's father, King George VI, of course, was on the throne as well. So there were lots of parallels between the Blitz spirit of 1940, 1941, and of course the current crisis from Her Majesty last night.
All right, Steve Sedgwick, live in London with the latest there on UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the royal family's address to the nation there. Thank you very much. Some positive signs out of New York amid the coronavirus outbreak there, with state officials now reporting the first drop in daily deaths. This as the state and New York City gear up for a very tough week ahead. NBC's Philip Mena is live in the New York newsroom with the latest. Good morning, Philip.
Hey, Dom. Good morning. Yeah, this nation is bracing for its darkest week yet in the coronavirus outbreak. President Trump says 1,000 medical military personnel will be deployed to New York City to fight the pandemic at the U.S. epicenter. The fresh wave of military doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers will help treat the surge of patients in the city. The reinforcements come as Mayor Bill de Blasio warns that the city only has enough life-saving ventilators to get through Wednesday. The mayor expected to run out by Sunday. De Blasio says the city needs at least 1,000 more ventilators over the next week. Only 135 are left in stock. And some troubling news about the spread of the virus. The Bronx Zoo announced that a tiger has tested positive for COVID-19, and 6 other big cats are also showing symptoms. Officials believe the animals were exposed by an asymptomatic zookeeper in late March. All of those cats are expected to recover. Dom, back to you.
All right, Philip Mena, thank you very much for the latest there. Still to come on the show, very, very close to a deal. That's what one Russian official is telling CNBC about the progress in the oil sector and talks among partner countries in OPEC. We'll see what RBC's Halima Krop thinks about that when CNBC returns right after this.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with the TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today. Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51. winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
You love listening to ESPN Radio live on TuneIn, but did you know you can also listen to favorite ESPN shows on demand? Get the latest takes from Stephen A. Smith,
dynamic duos all over the place,
Dan LeBatard, and Garlic and Wingo when it fits your schedule. And listen to episodes of Pardon the Interruption.
Pardon the interruption, but I'm Israel Gutierrez, and I love hosting the show with my humble...
Around the Horn and Highly Questionable as podcasts anytime you want. Search ESPN to see all the podcasts on TuneIn.
Stocks look off to try to kick off the new trading week on a very positive note as investors try to recover from last week's losses. President Trump warning this country's most challenging days of the coronavirus are still ahead, the latest on his administration's response to the outbreak. And oil under pressure yet again as Saudi Arabia and Russia work to strike a production cut deal. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020, and you are watching CNBC. Welcome back to the show. I'm Dominic Chu, live at CNBC Global Headquarters, kicking off this half hour with some breaking news. Dow futures are pointing to a surge at the opening bell right now. We're watching the Dow Jones open up by almost 850 points at this stage if these moves hold into regular cash equities trading later on this morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 102-point implied gain for the S&P and a 320 implied point gain for the NASDAQ as well. So big moves to the upside, at least in the early going. Also keeping an eye on the bond market as well. We are seeing prices for Treasury bonds and notes fall today, therefore pushing up interest rates. 2-year benchmark Treasury note yields a hair below 27 basis points or 0.27%. 10-year Treasury note yields at around 67 basis points or 0.67%. Oil prices very much in focus after logging the best week they've had in history. We will have much more on that trade in just one moment. But right now, WTI U.S.-based crude prices down nearly 3%, $27.54 the last trade there. Let us now go worldwide and check the overnight trade in Asia. China was dark for its National Day of Mourning, but the rest of Asia very much positive. The Caspian South Korea up nearly 4%. The Australian ASX 200 4% gains as well. And Nikkei in Japan here up 4% there across the board. Big gains there for the major markets. And in European trading, we are seeing some of that positivity play out there as well. We're off some of the best levels of the session, but still the German DAX up 4%, the CAC in France up 3.5%, and the FTSE 100 in the UK up 2% as well. Back to the energy markets. Oil trying to trim overnight losses after news an OPEC Plus meeting scheduled for today had been delayed until Thursday. That headline sending energy prices falling with U.S.-based benchmark crude prices down nearly 9% over the weekend. But in an interview on CNBC, the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund said despite the rift between the Saudis and the Russians, both countries are actually, quote, very, very close to a deal. This as President Trump says he's considering, quote, substantial tariffs if oil prices remain where they are today. We have team coverage this morning. Our Eamon Javers is in Washington, D.C., following the president's comments. Also with me via Skype is RBC Capital Markets Global Head of Commodity Strategy. She's also a CNBC contributor. We are talking about Halima Croft. And Eamon, we will start with you first. Let's talk about the White House's communications with the broader public about what's happening with coronavirus and, of course, the oil markets as well.
Yeah, Dom, on oil, we know that a number of those oil CEOs, the big company guys, went into that meeting that they had at the White House on Friday with a goal of telling the president that they don't want him to impose tariffs on Saudi oil. The president had been considering that. They were concerned that that was the way he was going to go. We know that they went into that meeting with the idea of talking him out of it. It seems to have worked over the weekend. The president talking about tariffs, certainly, but only conditionally. Here's what he said.
If the oil price stays the way it is because of people that really want to see it go up. When I say we want to save a great industry, and we built a great industry in this country. If they don't get along, I would do that. Yeah, I would do tariffs, very substantial tariffs, because we're independent now. We have our own oil. And if I did the tariffs, we essentially would be saying we don't want foreign oil.
So the president holding off on tariffs for now, but saying that if the Russians and the Saudis can't come to some agreement on prices, he would put tariffs in place because he views it, Dom, as saving an American industry. Back over to you.
So, Eamon, this is key because over the course of the past several months and maybe the last couple of years, at numerous points, President Trump has talked about the idea that oil prices, fuel prices for Americans were too high. There has now been a tipping point where now they are too low. Right. What exactly is the White House's position, do you think, going forward with these talks? Is there an equilibrium price that they are trying to get to, or a level of employment or capital expenditures? What exactly is the thinking within the White House right now?
Well, the price that they want to get to is to make American oil competitive again. Remember, those fracking and shale guys, they can't make money below a certain price point. So the White House needs the price of oil to be above that point to make that American industry possible and all of those jobs that go along with it. So that's what the president's talking about. He has said recently that he views this huge decline in the price of oil and the price of gas at the pump as something akin to a tax cut for Americans. But in this bizarre situation we're in right now, where almost nobody in the country is going anywhere or doing anything because of the coronavirus, you don't have the demand at all on that side for oil and gas. And so those of us who would normally be commuting back and forth are instead standing in our living rooms doing our jobs, right? So the price of oil doesn't matter what it is. It could be zero and I still wouldn't be buying any. So that dynamic is not playing out economically the way it normally would, Dom.
All right, Eamon Javers, thank you very much for that update from the White House and the oil markets there. Let's now bring in Halima Croft. Halima, the U.S. is a key player in this because as we talk about a possible deal for production cuts between OPEC and its partner countries, namely Russia, is there any thought now of what they're thinking with regard to the U.S. participating in this? It seems to me as though if the U.S. still pumps crude and does not participate in production cuts, it really doesn't matter for Saudi Arabia and Russia.
Well, I mean, the Saudis and Russians' position is essentially now we would like the U.S. to join any production cut agreement. And so what people were looking for on Friday from President Trump was any signal that he would support some of the proposals put forward by, for example, the CEO of Pioneer, Scott Sheffield, the Texas Railroad Commissioner, Ryan Sitton, to potentially shut down some U.S. production in a coordinated way in order to have U.S. participation in an agreement. President Trump essentially came out and said, I'm still in favor of the free market determining production. And so right now, that is a big hurdle to getting any bigger agreement. President Trump talks about a 10 to 15 million barrel a day production cut. But without some U.S. participation, it's very hard to see how we get that type of number. Now, OPEC is also looking to countries like Norway, Canada, Brazil to participate in a bigger cut. But again, it looks like U.S. participation is essential in some form of getting this across the finish line. The meeting with OPEC and OPEC Plus and some of the other countries will take place on Thursday. And so all eyes will be on whether there's some type of U.S. participation in these talks.
It seems so odd, maybe even funny for some people, ironic, that we are talking about free markets taking hold of the oil markets and driving prices in those markets. And yet we are talking right now about a coordinated effort by a cartel, a real cartel, to try to curtail or manipulate prices based upon production. So as we talk about moving forward here, is there any sense that maybe free markets could come to the rescue if, say, large strategic petroleum reserves, like perhaps in the U.S. or China or anywhere else, step up to buy oil at these prices rather than trying to cut off the supply side of things? What exactly is the argument there?
I mean, we do see buying in China. We do see signs of recovery in China. We had the proposal from President Trump to use a strategic petroleum reserve to basically store additional oil so we don't hit tank tops. But the problem is, even with the Trump administration's proposal, that buys you a couple weeks. At current price levels, given demand situation as well, we're likely to run out of storage sometime this year. So somebody will shut in. If prices drop to the teens or single digits, producers will shut in. It's just a question of which producers will shut in their oil. And again, what is so interesting is President Trump spent the 3 years he was in office, first 3 years, criticizing OPEC, saying we want every barrel on the market. Now that Saudi Arabia is putting every barrel on the market, nobody's really happy with the current state of affairs. So I think there's an interesting contradiction that we're now asking Saudi Arabia and Russia to coordinate in terms of rolling back production.
How important or how reliable is the oil market in terms of a leading indicator for economic activity? I ask because this has been argued as a situation where if the economy of not just the U.S., China, but everywhere else gets up and running later on this year, that almost all of that oil demand, that fuel demand, my gasoline demand as a commuter, comes roaring back. So what exactly is it in the oil price right now that is saying that we're not going to bounce back sometime, say, 2, 3, 4, 5 months from now?
I mean, the big issue right now is we're building inventories. And so part of the reason why it's so essential to get some type of production cut agreement is right now you have a bathtub that is overflowing because the drain is clogged because we don't have the demand. But we have the key producers like Saudi Arabia and Russia and UAE pushing additional barrels into the market and causing that tub to overflow. We're building these huge inventories. So we actually do need to get a cut to bring down those inventories, because even if demand starts to come back, we're going to have to work off those inventories to get prices sustainably higher.
Just how low, Halima, before we let you go, just how low could we see world benchmark Brent crude prices fall and U.S.-based West Texas Intermediate fall before we could see a bottoming out process really start to take hold?
I think we really want to watch what happens on Thursday, because not only do we have this big meeting, but the Saudis are going to set again their official selling price. Their decision to slash their OSPs in March was the really big signal that a price war was commencing. If they slash those OSPs again on Thursday because we don't get an agreement, we basically continue with this price war, we certainly could drop into the teens.
All right, Halima Croft with the dire outlook there, possibly given the OPEC meetings, virtual conferences on Thursday. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We always appreciate it. Coming up on the show, Apple steps up the fight to help the coronavirus, or fight against the coronavirus. Plus, the travel industry, already reeling from the outbreak, now facing liquidity concerns. Details on the new steps some companies are taking to stay afloat amid the crisis when CNBC returns after this.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM/AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51. Winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn.
Welcome back to CNBC. President Trump and his administration are warning the upcoming week will be the toughest yet in America's coronavirus outbreak, with more than 300,000 cases in this country and nearly 10,000 deaths. Seema Modi has the latest on the outbreak, and she joins us now. Seema.
Dom, that's right. President Trump also spent part of his weekend calling on India to release more of a drug to combat COVID-19. According to reports, the president spoke with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Saturday, calling on him to release orders of hydroxychloroquine, an anti-malarial drug that has been identified as a potential virus treatment. India recently tightened export restrictions on the drug to combat rising infections. Apple, meantime, has announced it will make much-needed gear for medical workers on the front lines of the virus fight. CEO Tim Cook announced in a video yesterday the company will design and produce face shields. He says Apple is aiming to make 1 million of them per week. And American Airlines has become the latest company to dramatically slash flights in the New York area airports. American says it cut more than 90% of its flights to the hotspot following moves by United and JetBlue. Now, New York City's JFK and New Jersey's Newark airports are among the busiest in the country. Dom?
All right, Seema, now those troubles for the airlines you just mentioned, the latest in the mounting list of challenges the travel industry is facing as a whole as a result of this coronavirus outbreak. Now, a growing number of these companies are taking steps to address their liquidity concerns. Seema, what can you tell us about what exactly Travel and Leisure is doing right now to stay in business?
Yeah, Dom, it's a great point because the coronavirus has certainly brought the travel industry to a halt, with the latest numbers showing hotel occupancy plunging 68 to 90% in some markets as more properties report high levels of cancellations for the first half of 2020. And that has pushed a majority of companies in the travel and leisure space to address liquidity concerns, in many cases maxing out their credit limits on their existing lines. Marriott recently drew down the remaining $2 billion available under its $4.5 billion credit facility to shore up liquidity. But it's not just the hotels, Dom. The cruise industry facing its most challenging moment yet after being left out of the latest stimulus bill. Cruise lines are racing to tap as much credit as possible. Carnival, a great example of that, going to the bond market last week, successfully raising over $4 billion, albeit at a high coupon of 11.5%. Analysts at SunTrust say they would not be surprised if Royal Caribbean and Norwegian Cruise Line followed Carnival's lead and went to the debt market as well. But of course, Dom, timing will be key here. Credit rating agency S&P has already downgraded Carnival and Royal last week, their credit ratings.
All right, so Seema, we know that many of these travel companies outside of airlines have been left out of the bailouts. They've been raising debt right now. Is there any sense that they could, as a whole, start to go and tap equity markets as well? Or are the stock prices that they're trading at just way too depressed to want to go out there and sell stock to raise money?
Yeah, that's a great point. Carnival, in fact, including the money that it sought from the debt market, it also had a common stock offering as well. So that certainly does seem to be an option, especially for the cruise lines that have already taken out additional credit lines to drum up and bolster cash on their balance sheet. There really isn't any clarity as to when the cruise industry will kickstart or resume sailings given the concerns around the coronavirus. And in the meantime, these cruise lines really have to step up measures. Now, in addition to the cruise lines and what could happen next, we're also watching the online travel operators that really are the aggregators for this industry. I spoke with Booking Holdings CEO last week, and he doesn't see a rebound in the travel industry till sometime next year, Dom.
All right, Steve Modi with the latest there on the coronavirus outbreak and its effect on travel and leisure. Thank you very much. On deck for the show, futures pointing to substantial gains at the opening bell. What our own Jim Cramer is saying about the potentially solid start to the new trading week. And as a reminder, as markets continue to face volatility, you can always watch or listen to us live on the CNBC app. We are back right after this.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right? Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know. It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51. Winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley, the Hill, why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to
Free today.
All right, welcome back to the show. Credit Suisse is downgrading shares of Zoom, saying we have great appreciation for Zoom's technology, products, and leadership, and see the current crisis accelerating the adoption of video communication. But at 40 times 2020 consensus revenues, the current share price embeds significantly greater conversion of free users than our upside model scenario. We commend Zoom for being a superhero of the current health crisis, though our responsibility as equity analysts compels us to distinguish great companies from great stocks. We downgrade to underperform from a prior neutral. We do, though, raise our price target to $105 from a prior $95. Those Zoom shares down 6.5% in the pre-market trade in an otherwise up tape. Well, taking a look at futures right now, speaking of up tapes, the U.S. markets are coming off another volatile trading week, and the Dow would open up by about 900 points if these moves hold into the opening bell. The S&P would rise by 107. Our own Jim Cramer offering his thoughts last night on Twitter, saying, quote, new pattern of Sunday night futures, a rally, or is it just stupid because oil might be retreating, more important than a plateau, or just traders with nothing to do and time on their hands? That again coming from our very own Jim Cramer, who I'm sure is watching the show right now. Joining me now on the CNBC Newsline is Chad Morganlander, portfolio manager at Washington Crossing Advisors. And perhaps we will use Jim Cramer's comments, Chad, to get into my first question, which is, how positive can we be about the implied 900-point gain for the Dow on today's opening bell? All right, it appears as though we're having some problems with Chad Morganlander's audio feed. Let's get another check on the markets right now. Again, we want to point out the fact that we had a down week last week. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ and Dow roughly down about 2 to 2.5%, and we will add gains to erase some of those losses in today's trading so far today. Let's see if we can bring back Chad Morganlander into this conversation. Chad, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can indeed.
Good. All right, so the first question I've got for you is, can we believe the market bounce this morning?
So the market is moving, and it's path dependent on the developments of the virus. What you heard overnight was some modest improvement within the trends within the pandemic in Europe as well as in the tri-state area. So that emboldened risk-taking in the short run.
All right, so we're watching then many experts and portfolio managers tie their investment decisions to the trajectory, the curves, if you will, of various measures in the coronavirus outbreak, whether it's cases per day, the total number of deaths, the total number of new cases and everything. What exactly are you watching for right now that will make you more constructive on markets?
So there are three things. One, you have to obviously look at the high-frequency data, talking about the mobility of Americans and as well across the globe. Will there be an improvement within business activity, as well as, like we just mentioned, the outbreak trends? Also, you look at U.S. monetary policy. As that comes online, that can embolden and at least decelerate the volatility within the credit markets. Fiscal stimulus here in the United States. And also keep a careful eye on the Europeans. If they move towards more of a solidarity when it comes towards economic activity and fiscal stimulus, that could at least improve the stability within the financial system.
All right, so given that backdrop that you just mentioned and what you're watching, what exactly are you doing in terms of figuring out opportunities? Where exactly should money be deployed? Is this still a situation where you're raising cash on rallies? What exactly goes on the shopping list, given the fact that you are watching all of those things?
So several weeks ago, as this credit dislocation started to really accelerate, my partner Kevin Karan and I started to aggressively lean into individual equity risk. As we started to see long-term forecasted returns for value stocks gap higher. And currently right now, our estimate is a long-term forecasted return of 9% for the value index over the next 5, 7, and 10 years. So we are looking at consumer staples, for example, consumer discretionary, as well as some select industrials, as real steady Eddie companies that could actually be kept and held in one's portfolio for 2 to 3 years.
All right, so you mentioned those industry groups. What exactly are you looking for within those value-oriented type names? What factors stand out to you as the reason why you would choose one stock over another?
So, Dominic, what we're looking at are individual companies that don't have a lot of debt on their balance sheet, that are well diversified and quite highly predictable, with tremendous earnings potential 3 to 5 years out. So look at companies like, and we've been purchasing Visa, for example, Nike, Walmart, Hormel, Pepsi, and Procter & Gamble. All of those companies that I'm listing here have very little debt. You don't have to be concerned about liquidity issues if this continues over the course of the next 3 to 6 months on the credit side. These are companies that will be paying a very steady dividend and with high predictability for their earnings several years out.
All right, Chad Morganlander, thank you very much for bringing us those ideas and thoughts. We appreciate it as always. All right, well, that does it for our show this morning. Let's check out what's happening with the futures market right now. We are poised for nearly a 900-point gain on the Dow at the opening bell. We'll be back right after this.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen. Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn, like Sports Wars, telling the origin stories of classic rivalries. Raise Sports, about the
Squawk Box, divided by distance, united by business.
This is the new reality we're all in.
Essential breaking news, global market moves, helping you navigate the new normal. Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
What's interesting about this episode is
The Profit, an inside look.
All right, let's watch.
All new tomorrow, 10 Eastern.
Get perspective on the markets, the virus impact, retail, and what happens next.
I see you, COVID. I see you, COVID, and we're going to get you.
Squawk on the Street, 9 Eastern. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Good morning. Stocks set to soar after President Trump said that there are signs the outbreak is leveling off in some key spots. A big move in crude overnight after new signs of optimism for a deal between Russia and Saudi Arabia. And a new study says at least 1/4 of the U.S. economy is now idle. Oh, that's low. We'll talk about what the recovery could look like. It's Monday, April 6, 2020. Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning. I'm Becky Quick, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin and Joe Kernan. Been watching what's been happening with the U.S. equity futures. And last week, you were looking at a down week for the markets. The Dow was down by about 2.7%. The S&P was down by about 2%. And then the NASDAQ was down by about 1.7%. This morning, you are looking at some big green arrows, though. Right now, we've been watching the futures, and it looks like the Dow is implied to open up by about 865 points. S&P futures up by just over 100 points, and then the NASDAQ up by about 321. Also been keeping an eye on the Treasury market, and right now it looks like the yield on the 10-year is sitting just at about 0.66%. Big story for the markets, really, though, crude oil prices. They've been rebounding overnight after coming under a little bit of pressure. The WTI was down by about 9.2% on the news of a delay of an OPEC meeting, but then bouncing back after losses earlier in the session after the CEO of Russia's sovereign wealth fund told CNBC that Moscow and Saudi Arabia are very close to an oil deal. WTI and Brent are both coming off their best week on record, not on recent records, on records ever, all the way back to 1983 when they first started tracking WTI. Last week, WTI was up by about 31.7%. It was up on 12% just on Friday alone. A meeting of major oil-producing countries was delayed, but it is still expected later this week. And again, that news just being told to CNBC that it looks like they are close to a deal. Andrew, I'll send it over to you.
Meantime, the latest on the pandemic, the number of confirmed cases worldwide now totaling more than 1.2 million. More than 330,000 of those are right here in the United States, and more than a third of the U.S. cases are in New York State. The death toll in America standing at more than 9,600. Overseas, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson was admitted to a hospital for tests. A spokesman called it a precautionary test. The prime minister tested positive for the coronavirus just 10 days ago, and his symptoms, including fever, were persistent. Earlier yesterday, Queen Elizabeth II gave a rare televised address to the nation, urging citizens to confront the pandemic with resolve and unity. Meanwhile, in Wuhan, China yesterday, municipal workers began knocking down barriers that had been set up at the start of the outbreak. The city of 11 million people had been on complete lockdown since January 23rd. The quarantine set to be formally lifted there on Wednesday. So some good news there, and hopefully a model for what may come here in the United States. Joe, over to you.
President Trump expressing hope late last night that the U.S. is starting to see some leveling off of COVID-19 cases in some of the country's biggest hot spots, and then also some positive news for the last couple of days continuing coming out of parts of Europe like Italy. Eamon Javers joins us now with more. Sunday night, still a task force. I'm tired watching some of these task forces. Eamon, on one of them I left. I went over totally alone, walked around, get some fresh air. Came back, it was still going on. Like an hour later, I'm like, it's pretty unbelievable. It happens every day.
The president's been doing these 2-hour monster briefings, every day. And look, yesterday they actually had a lid at the White House, which meant that they told all the reporters early in the day yesterday, we're not going to make any more news. You're not going to see the president. Everybody can go home. And then the president tweeted, you know what? I am going to have a briefing after all. So everybody scrambled back into position for that one. And I thought what was interesting yesterday is we heard from the president about this idea on tariffs on foreign oil, particularly Saudi oil. You know, a lot of the oil executives who went to the White House on Friday went there with the goal of talking the president out of putting tariffs on foreign oil. A number of them were worried he was just about to do it on Thursday and Friday. He had that meeting. That message seems to have resonated with the president because during that briefing yesterday and over the weekend, we heard him still talking about tariffs, but only in a conditional sense. Here's what he said.
If the oil price stays the way it is because of people that really want to see it go up, when I say we want to save a great industry, and we built a great industry in this country. If they don't get along, I would do that. Yeah, I would do tariffs, very substantial tariffs, because we're independent now. We have our own oil. And if I did the tariffs, we essentially would be saying we don't want foreign oil.
So for now, the president talking about very substantial tariffs, but only conditionally if the Saudis and the Russians don't come together to make some kind of a deal to cut production. You know, he told you last week he felt like they were close to a deal, that they had guaranteed him or indicated to him that there was going to be a deal. That didn't seem to come together over the weekend. We know that there's a meeting coming up later in the week where they might be able to pull that together. The president appears now to be using that tariff threat as a little bit of leverage to sort of push both sides toward a deal, Joe.
Yep. We'll see, Eamon. Should be interesting. Looks like, the oil prices did hold on to those gains, those ridiculous gains. I mean, not ridiculous, but in terms of size, very, very large percentage moves from a low level. Obviously, Eamon, when I read a quarter of the economy is shut down, I guess just watching everything, that is a lot. But what's open? I mean, I was surprised 3/4 are still open.
Right. Yeah, look, I mean, it's incredible what has happened to the economy. We've never done anything like this, and there's no sort of recipe for mothballing an entire economy and then being able to put it in cold storage, to mix my metaphors, and then pull it out later and have it be undamaged. I mean, we just no way of knowing exactly how all this is going to shake out and what kind of long-lasting damage we're going to see versus what things can bounce back right away as soon as we get to some point where there is some kind of treatment for COVID or there is some kind of vaccine developed, and we could be months away from that.
Hey, Eamon, just hearing the tone of the press conferences over the weekend, the press briefings, it took a decided turn from, okay, we are definitely shutting this down, to a more mixed message, one of, yes, there's going to be a rough couple of weeks ahead of us, there's going to be a lot of death, I think was the phrase that was used repeatedly. But also this idea that we can't keep the economy closed forever, that we have to get back up and running. Those dual messages kind of seem to work their way in. How do you think that's playing out? Is that different advisors telling him different things, or is it just the natural human reaction of, oh my gosh, we have to shut things down, it's terrible, there's going to be a lot of death, and then thinking what happens to the economy as a result?
Yeah, look, I think these are the president's instincts, very visible here. He had been off of that talking point about reopening the economy for about a week. And then over the weekend, you're right, we did start to hear from the president more about that. And I think he's looking at the scale of the economic carnage here and trying to figure out how he gets this country back on some kind of stable economic footing when all this is over and done with. But you also heard simultaneously from the Surgeon General, who was saying things over the weekend like this week is going to be Pearl Harbor. It's going to be 9/11. It's going to be a very, very difficult week, the most difficult that many Americans have ever experienced. So how you can have that message going out and a message about reopening the economy at the same time is just very difficult. But clearly the president wants to keep his eye on both.
Hey, Eamon, two quick questions for you. One about this report that came out yesterday that seems to have been confirmed by a number of news outlets now about this massive blow-up or fight between Peter Navarro and Anthony Fauci over the how well hydrochloride works. What do you know about that?
Right. Well, what we know is what Axios has been reporting. I can't independently verify it, but Axios has a good track record on these things, and they're reporting that Navarro was in the Situation Room confronting Dr. Anthony Fauci during one of these Situation Room meetings on Saturday, and literally dropped a stack of papers on the desk in the Situation Room and said, "These are scientific studies that show that this drug actually works here, is effective in treating COVID-19. And we need to move forward on this." And I'm sourcing it from around the world. Fauci, though, skeptical of that, saying that those were just anecdotal reports. The science is not up to snuff, in his opinion. There isn't enough peer-reviewed science there, and there's not enough diversity to the literature yet in order for him to come to a conclusion. And Navarro has been an interesting figure in all of this. He's been tapped by the president to lead the Defense Production Act response here, but he's sort of becoming a more influential figure in the administration through the course of this, which is something to watch.
And then my other quick question, we'll talk to Marco Rubio about this later on in the broadcast in the 8 o'clock hour, but the small business loans. I talked to so many small business owners over the weekend who were struggling to get access to the loans. Lots of banks where they had checking accounts but didn't have loans already outstanding at those banks. So they didn't take credit, and a lot of these business owners say, look, I never took on debt. That's a great thing, and yet because they don't have that relationship with the banks, they're not getting the loans.
Right. Look, I mean, this thing is being put together on the fly. The classic, building the airplane while you're in the air sort of situation. And there are bound to be these kinds of problems. But the banks and the government are going to need to work very carefully together to make sure that this program gets up and running the way it was promised to American small businesses. Or else, I mean, the level of frustration and anger and disappointment is going to be off the charts for those people who can't get access to it and those millions of Americans who stand to lose their jobs if this doesn't go right. So the amount of effort on all sides is going to be enormous here, and they're going to have to just get this right.
Okay. Eamon Javers, thank you, sir. When we come back, a lot more on Squawk Box. Dr. Scott Gottlieb is going to join us with his update on the efforts to flatten the curve in some of the biggest coronavirus hotspots. Always great to get his sense of where we are. We'll also ask him about the news that a tiger at the Bronx Zoo tested positive for coronavirus and what it means for those who are quarantined with pets. We'll be right back after this. Maybe we'll talk about Joe Exotic as well. Back in a moment.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving, soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app to see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
Not all heroes wear capes, but most wear tights.
And here we go. Now it's underway. Cover on Rowan. 20 seconds.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis of the latest WrestleMania, turn on the WWE podcast. Or listen to the Steve Austin Show for no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities.
It's good to be here tonight. It's an empty building. But I'm
For these and more, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and
fine retailers.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. A tiger at the Bronx Zoo has tested positive for coronavirus. The tiger developed a dry cough and was tested as a precaution. The zoo's chief veterinarian said the test is not the same, though, as the one for humans. Several other tigers and lions at the zoo showed symptoms of a respiratory illness. All are expected to recover. Now, the CDC saying it does not have evidence that companion animals, including pets, can spread COVID-19, but stresses that more information is needed about how COVID-19 affects animals. For the latest on the response to the pandemic, I want to bring in former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb, who's also, of course, a CNBC contributor, serves on the boards of Pfizer and Illumina. I don't know if you have pets or you've been watching Tiger King on Netflix these days, Doctor, but should we be concerned about pets before we get into the rest of it?
Yeah, it must have been a complicated nasopharyngeal swab of that lion in the zoo. Look, there's really little evidence that this virus infects animals. There's some anecdotal reports here and there of animals getting infected. You know, it's possible that if an animal is in very close contact to a human, ultimately the virus can get transferred in those kinds of settings. But the sort of one-off anecdotal types of episodes probably isn't an indication that there's widespread transfer. For example, we know that there are diseases where if humans are in very close contact to animals, they can get the animal infections, but it takes a very big inoculant. You have to get a big dose of the virus from the animal in order to get it, because typically the virus itself wouldn't be contagious to a human. So it could probably work both ways.
Well, I'll tell you, watching Joe Exotic on Tiger King with those tigers, playing with the tigers, they're very close. But I do want to talk to you about the more serious issues of the numbers and just how terrible a week we are expecting, but also what seems like, at least from the administration, and maybe you can weigh in on this, a glimmer of hope about where we may be going with this curve here and the length and duration of all of this.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now. So the curves are improving. The model that the administration looks at, that IHME model, if you've tracked it over time, you've seen that the model itself has improved. So the number of deaths that they were modeling on that model about a week ago, the upper bound was about 240,000 deaths. Now the upper bound is 170,000 deaths. The base case is about 90,000 deaths. That's down from where it was over 100 a week ago. So as data accrues, that model starts to improve. And remember, this isn't like forecasting the weather. When you make a model and you make a forecast, you then do things to affect the outcome. So the model is constantly evolving based on the behavior that you're engaging in to try to improve the model. So I suspect when they update that model again, probably today, you're going to show some continued improvement. What's happening is that the northern states, the Pacific Northwest and New York, are improving. They're showing signs of hitting their peak probably this week. The South and the Southeast, however, are going to be heating up. So this is going to be a difficult week.
Well, so let's go to the big question that I think that CEOs are trying to figure out, executives, everybody, we're all trying to figure out, is when we're going back to work and what it means to even go back to work, what that even looks like, to the extent that are we going back to work and it's like a time machine, it's like what life was like in February, or we're going back to work and we go back with gloves and masks on our way in and out, we go straight home, we don't go to a lunch place or a restaurant. Just tell us sort of, what does your timeline for, quote, going back to work look like, and what does going back to work look like?
Well, I think we should ask our parents what it was like in the summertime when polio was circulating, or if we have great-grandparents who are alive, what it was like when there were smallpox outbreaks in cities or even measles. It was a drag on society. There were certain things that didn't happen. There were things that were closed. I think we're likely to see changes in society where certain things, certain activity is suppressed as long as this virus is circulating. This virus isn't going away. I think in July and August it's going to collapse. But by collapse, I mean maybe we'll fall down to thousands of cases a day. Perhaps hundreds, probably more than that, but sporadic outbreaks here and there, and then come back in the fall. This is going to become, as we've said, epidemic in the Southern Hemisphere and want to come back in the fall. And so the question is, how does life change? What activities don't come back or change? How do we change the nature of the way we do certain things until we can get to a therapeutic or a vaccine? A vaccine is 2 years away, a drug we can have by the summer or the fall, but we need to make a concerted effort to get it.
But put that in practical terms for people. Parents out there who have kids want to know, well, some want to know if their kids are going back to school. I think you've answered that before. You think not. Are they going to camp this summer, for example?
Well, school's out this year. Then camps are probably going to be closed. Maybe the camps will try to get a month in. I think that there's an attempt to restart school in the fall and have residential college. We're going to have to see if we can contain these outbreaks in the fall because there's going to be outbreaks. But as soon as you have a large outbreak on a campus or in a school or in a local district, there's going to be an inclination to close the school within that district. This is unlikely to become epidemic nationally in the way it has now, but you're likely to see epicenters of spread. And when that happens, you're going to see cities get shunned, conferences and other activities curtailed in those environments where there is spread. This is going to be with us for a while. And we're going to have to learn to live with it until we can get to, again,
Doctor, that's the question. Do you think there will be conferences, there will be events, people will travel come this fall, they'll be getting on airplanes, or is that something you think is not going to be taking place?
I don't think anyone crowds 5,000 people into a conference room again for a long time. I think the marginal customer doesn't return to restaurants, theaters, the cruise industry, Disneyland. You decide what you think the marginal customer is, but that's typically the marginal customer that gives those entities their profit margins. I think they're going to need to reassess that. I don't think people are going to be crowding onto cruise ships the same way. So can a boat go out 80% filled?
I'll make it more complicated for you. Do you think that people will travel for Thanksgiving? They'll travel to people's homes around the country as they do, or they'll go on vacation at Christmas time, given the timeline that you're now talking about. Because I'll tell you, the timeline you're talking about, I think, is a lot longer than the timeline that most Americans are thinking about, in large part based on the administration talking about this ending at the end of this month.
I think a certain percentage of the population is going to be more circumspect about crowding into tight spaces indoors. So you pick your activity. Going to a family's home for Thanksgiving isn't one of those activities I think that's going to be curtailed. Crowding into a restaurant for an adult population is. So there's certain things I think people are going to be much more circumspect about doing. Look, I think you're going to see people be more circumspect about why they get on. I will fly. I'm sure people will fly. But will you take that extra flight? Will you go on the trip that you really didn't need to take? That's what's going to change. People are going to, I think the marginal activity that involves crowding into theaters, airports, small venues inside where there is spread is going to change, especially as these reports of outbreaks happen around the city, around the country. The idea that things are just going to snap back, we're going to forget about this is gone. That's not the case. This is going to be with us. I mean, remember, smallpox circulated for years, measles circulated for years, polio circulated for years before there was a vaccine, before it was vanquished, and it changed American life. Things changed. We did things differently. We're going to have to do things differently with the coronavirus circulating in the background. This is a fearsome pathogen. This is right up there with some of the most fearsome contagious diseases that we've dealt with. Things will change until we can get a vaccine to this. But an effective drug can deliver the same kind of opportunity, which is why I'm so perplexed why there's not a more deliberate effort to get it, because that we could have in the near term.
Okay. Dr. Scott Gottlieb, always enjoyed talking to you. Hope to have this opportunity again to do it tomorrow. Thanks so much. Joe, over to you.
Thanks a lot.
I don't know whether that was that enjoyable, but it is good to hear the doctor's analysis. Coming up, today's top corporate stories, including the big tech firm that is now producing face shields for hospitals. As we head to break, here are some images of the pandemic's impact from yesterday across America. Stay with us.
up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app.
You love listening to ESPN Radio live on TuneIn, but did you know you can also listen to favorite ESPN shows on demand? Get the latest takes from Stephen A. Smith,
dynamic duos all over the place,
Dan LeBatard, and Garlic and Wingo when it fits your schedule. And listen to episodes of Pardon the Interruption.
Pardon the interruption, but I'm Israel Gutierrez, and I love hosting the show with my humble...
Around the Horn and Highly Questionable as podcasts anytime you want. Search ESPN to see all the podcasts on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
April 10th.
All right, time now for the Executive Edge. Apple CEO Tim Cook said on Twitter yesterday that the company has sourced more than 20 million masks and is working with governments to donate them where they're needed. He also said the company has designed face shields for health workers, and it's producing and shipping them to hospitals. They pack flat, he said, 100 per box, and can be assembled in less than 2 minutes. Everybody's getting involved.
Everybody's getting involved. Everybody's jumping into this in all good ways. Meantime, Wells Fargo says it is capping its participation in the U.S. government's small business coronavirus. This may not be in a good way. At $10 billion due to what they're calling regulatory constraints. Now, the Federal Reserve in early 2018 had ordered Wells Fargo to keep its assets below $1.95 trillion until it improved its governance and risk controls following a wave, as you know, we reported them, of sales practice scandals. So a little bit, though, of jockeying here, maybe trying to push the government to give it a little bit more wiggle room on that so that it can make those loans. We'll see. Meantime, American Airlines has slashed now more than 90% of its New York area flights as demand for travel, as we all know, to the coronavirus hotspot has evaporated. It's now operating just 13 flights from the 3 main airports serving New York City. The reduced schedule will continue until May 6th. Other airlines, including United and JetBlue, had already announced deep cuts to their New York area schedules as well. Becky.
Yeah, I think United, Andrew, actually said that at Newark it was going from 139 flights a day down to 15 flights a day, and at LaGuardia from 18 flights a day down to 2, and that's going to last for at least the next 3 weeks, but we'll see. Again, the big question is how long this lasts, how long does it take to get back to normal, and I think that conversation with Scott Gottlieb kind of laid it all out. All All right, when we come back this morning, the futures are pointing to some big gains at the open. In fact, right now, the Dow is indicated up by over 800 points. Last week was a down week for the markets. Dow was down by about 2.7%. The S&P was off by 2%. When we come back, we're going to check in with market watcher Mark Grant. That's next. Also, a programming note, former Fed Chair Janet Yellen will be on CNBC at 10 a.m. Eastern Time for an exclusive interview. We'll be right back.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51. Winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Not all heroes wear capes, but most wear tights.
And here we go. Now it's underway. Cover on Rowan. Wait a second.
Keep up with...
Good morning. U.S. equity futures are bouncing this morning. They were up almost 900 points, been up 900 a few times last. I saw they were right around 800, going just above 800, just below 800. Our own Mike Santoli, I knew that would happen eventually. Mike Santoli, I don't know where he is. I don't know if those people are still letting him stay where he was at second place. But Mike, so we had that horrific week after the Ackman lows, I think. Then we had that rebound. What did we got about, I think we talked before, 37% or so of it, of the sell-off back. Then we lost 2.5% last week, which was, given all the news, seems stable, seems somewhat stable. Now, this would be just under 4% today, so that would put us back on track to be clawing back some of that, trying to get back to that 50% retracement of the break. I don't know what happens.
Exactly, yeah.
It's going to be a rough week. But then I don't know. There are glimmers in Europe, and maybe glimmers starting here of some type of light, maybe at the end.
And clearly that's what the market is reacting to, trying to perhaps extrapolate some of that perceived improvement. And the tricky part, of course, is that the market is going to grab hold of that once it's a decisive, shift in the trend in terms of the virus. And it's also probably going to over-anticipate it a couple of times, or it's just going to be reacting to other things out there in the markets. Last week, though, to your point, the market, it kind of sagged lower by 2.5%, but it didn't really break down. And if you look at it, people are saying, volatility drained away. to some degree. It seems as if it was kind of knocking around this narrower range, which on a net basis maybe wasn't so bad. Now, just for context, this rally that we're seeing in the pre-market would not quite get us back to where we were kind of at the top of that rebound rally moment, which was a week ago Thursday. It's like 2630, 2626, I think, on the S&P 500 was the close. So, it's still kicking around that range. And I think, Governor Cuomo's press conference yesterday where he detailed one symptom of cabin fever is mood swings. And I think that's what we have in these markets. You can say that March 23rd low is pretty plausible in pricing in whatever the heck a typical recession is in terms of earnings and all that, but the duration is a complete mystery, and the market is not using its typical signals of trying to price in, what might be coming down the road in a few months. So I do think it's one of those, it makes sense that we should put some distance today between us and the lows, but it's not necessarily something that the market is as a high conviction as a durable trend. By the way, S&P has been trading so tightly in the past couple of weeks with the credit markets, with the high yield ETF, for example, just because I think the high yield market is a proxy for how long this lasts. That's what tells you exactly how much impairment of balance sheets is going to happen. You're going to miss maturity dates. You're going to have more defaults. Now, again, that being said, high yield market might already be pricing in a huge spike in defaults where it's trading just right now. So that's the tricky part is we've already priced in a bunch of pain. Is it enough?
Okay, Mike, thanks. That's all right. Yeah, that's the same place. That's the second place, right? Where you are right now? Or third?
Just relying on the kindness of strangers, as you know, Joe, always.
It's really nice. It's really, you pitch in with chores.
It's the first place, but also there was a place in between this one, too. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for playing along. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Becky.
Yep. All right, now I have a picture of Mike in my head as Stella. Relying on the kindness of strangers. Anyway, let's dig in a little deeper on what's been happening with the markets. Joining us right now for that is Mark Grant. He is Chief Global Market Strategist at B. Riley FBR. And Mark, you've put out a pretty thoughtful piece this morning, kind of trying to fast forward and play ahead how this is going to change our economy. Before we get to that, let's just talk very quickly about the immediate. What Mike had been kind of referencing were these mood swings in the market. And I think you are of the opinion that there are going to be some much deeper issues that the market has to work its way through, that this is not going to be a quick rebound.
That's my viewpoint, Becky. I think we're in someplace between a recession and a depression by the time we get through all this. As Joe pointed out earlier, about 25% of the economy is shut down. That's accurate as far as I'm concerned, but you have to go a little further. There are businesses like the travel business, the hotel business, the restaurant business, and you can go on the shipping lines, the cruise lines, where there's likely to be a very large amount, meaning over 50% of bankruptcies and reorganizations that are facing us. The economy not only is down, but when we do start edging back up, it's not going to be at all like it was before. I can tell you, I spoke with the Department of Defense. They called me about some new initiatives they're thinking of. They wanted my opinion. And I was saying, for instance, the slogan has to change from Make America Great Again to Make America Safe Again. And we can't rely upon these foreign countries for our medical supplies, for other essential things that the United States needs. We need to make them in America, buy them in America, and if they cost a little more, fine, they cost a little more, but we've got to be safe.
That's some major restructuring, and it makes sense what you're laying out. I would anticipate that there are calls from Congress for things like this, having seen some of the trouble we've gotten ourselves into with the supply chain being so disparate in so many industries that you would think would be essential to making sure America's safe. Let me ask you, though, I don't know if you heard our conversation earlier this morning with Dr. Scott Gottlieb. He was pointing out that this is probably going to be problematic for quite a bit longer than most people are anticipating it at this point. I think our kids have finally decided that they're probably not going to go back to school until June at the earliest, if that happens. But what happens in the fall when if we don't have a cure for this yet, we don't have a vaccine for this yet, which would we continue to see these issues play out through the fall and next winter, where you have outbreaks again and where you have to shut down school, you have to shut down industries again? How does that kind of play out? Not to mention just how gun-shy Americans may be after living through this and not too eager to go back to some of the things that they used to do pre-crisis.
I did hear Dr. Gottlieb. I thought his comments were very thoughtful about the medical issues. But we have to separate. Obviously, people and their lives and their health come first. But you have to separate the medical outlook from the economic outlook and the market outlook. The outlook for the economy, in my opinion, is none too good. People aren't going to go back to work. It's not like all of a sudden we're going to say, okay, and it's going to be the same again. It's not going to be the same again. Because of the tremendous amount of bankruptcies in many industries and reorganizations, you're going to see people out of work for a lot longer. You're going to see an economy that's going to have to make not only a economic shift, but a psychological shift. As I said, my statement to the Department of Defense was, make America safe again. And that's what we've got to do, which is not only a medical comment, it's an economic comment, so that people can go back to work, stand on their own 2 feet, so that we have, industries that can rehire people. But if you look all across the board, even if you look at what's happening with the banks and some of the other major institutions, they're troubled and they're not going to come back anytime soon. And while the market from day to day, bounces one way or bounces another way because it's very erratic because of the medical situation, I think on a longer term that it's going to be much more problematic than most people or most institutions think to get back on our own feet and stand there independently.
So, Mark, if that's the case, and this is always the question that we never know, you can never call the bottom, it's always hard, but the question is, if you have cash on the sideline, are you supposed to put it in now, given how far we've gone already? Does it go that much more? Is that what you're arguing? And if it is going, if you have a conviction that it's going to get worse and not better, do you sell now? Which is almost an unheard of thing to suggest. But I ask the question because I think investors are trying to figure out, what they're supposed to do.
Andrew, you're a very thoughtful fellow. No, I don't think the answer is to sell now. I think what you have to consider is the timeline, which I've been writing about and out of the box, my commentary. The timeline is from here, which is today, to when we have some kind of medical resolution, and, which of course we don't focus on as much, when we have some kind of economic resolution. My viewpoint with institutions and the individual accounts that I do business with is the following. There's a timeline where you need X amount of cash. You need X amount of money. The problem with cash, I think it's not king, but I think it's the handmaiden to your income stream. So you need some cash so you make sure you don't get yourself in some trouble. But then I think over this timeline, this period of time, slowly, deliberately, nibbling, you put some money back in the stuff, especially in two ways. One, what's in your portfolio that you have a loss in that you can buy at a lower price, or if you own closed-end funds or mutual funds or ETFs, what can you buy at a lower price and get a higher yield if income is your necessity? And two, I think the key is then you look around and you see what industries, for instance, that don't have a lot of leverage, or companies that don't have a lot of leverage, that look at as good opportunities for the future, and you nibble slowly and you add to the portfolio, and I think that's the way to play it.
Mark, Mohammed had similar thoughts. We're going to have him on a little bit later. And there's kind of implicit in all these things are that we may get some kind of a break that we've seen in the stock market eventually that's similar to some of these other horrific breaks, that where we actually hit 50% down. Now, given the backdrop you just gave, it sounds like that wouldn't be out of the question for you. And since we're only down 27,
Going down another 20 should give people a sell signal if that's really what you believe. And same with Muhammad. I couldn't get him to say sell now either. He just says, oh yeah, it's going to grind lower, blah, blah, blah. It's going to do that. Should you sell? Well, no. So then you're having it both ways. Don't sell, but it's going to get much, much worse. Are we going down 50%? And if so, total, then save another 23%. Don't just sit there with your thumb up your nose. So say what you mean. Is it going down 50 or not?
Okay. One, I think Mohammed, I know him. He's a very bright guy. Two, I'll answer your question absolutely directly. No, I don't think we're going down 50%. Yes, I think that we're going to have some optimism. We could go down another 5 or 10%, and I think that's going to be about it. And the reason I say that is some industries are going to be incredibly impacted.
That would be to the lows we already hit.
Right.
Mark, that would just be a retest of the lows. Okay.
That's correct.
The scenario you painted sounded much, much worse.
No, I'm not painting a much, much worse. I'm just promoting.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's going to be some worse, and it's going to be far worse for some industries, Joe, and it's going to be not so worse and get better for others. I got it.
If we're going to
responded directly.
Yeah, if we're going to match some of the, all right, I'm going to get Mohammed later. If we're going down to, if we are going down 50, you should sell today. That's my only point.
I don't think we're going down 50.
We still are. Okay.
I don't.
All right. Okay, good. Good.
Fair?
I hope not.
I do think
you
Mark
never
thinks
know.
it's going to be a long time.
Yeah.
You know, you wanted a square answer. We're not going down 50%. We're just going to be in a very different economic environment.
Right. You may need to sell those
thank
glasses
you for joining.
eventually. And,
My pleasure, Becky. Always good to be on.
Good to see you. We'll talk to you soon. Andrew?
You too.
Okay. Great conversation. When we come back, futures sharply higher this morning. Take a look at some of the names in the Dow that are leading the way. And later, we're going to talk to Grubhub CEO Matt Maloney about how his company is trying to help restaurants in the midst of the coronavirus crisis and all of us get access to food. And a reminder, you can watch or listen to us live anytime on the CNBC app, especially if you're on the front lines and you're going somewhere. Take your phone with you. We're right back after this.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app to see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley, the hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn, like Sports Wars, telling the origin stories of classic rivalries, Raised Sports, about the concussion crisis that threatens football's future, and Dunkumentaries, a podcast devoted to the beauty and power of the slam dunk. For these and more, search sports documentaries on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, fact versus fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state?
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Let's bring you up to date on U.S. equity futures at this hour because we do have some good news. We have some green arrows for you. We've got 800. The Dow looks like it would open up 842 points higher. NASDAQ 311 points higher. S&P 500 looking to open close to 100 points higher. All of that on the back of some expectations about what may happen in the oil patch and the oil world, the price of oil. Meantime, we have some news just out. J.P. Morgan Chase's CEO, Jamie Dimon, just publishing his annual letter to shareholders. Not surprisingly, it deals heavily with how the bank is handling the coronavirus pandemic. The bank is offering a number of virus relief measures to customers, including grace periods for loan payments and the waiving of late fees. Jamie says that J.P. Morgan is ready to assist the government in implementing virus relief measures. The bank is giving employees an additional 5 days off, as well as paid medical leave for workers who aren't well. As for the economy, Dimon says he assumes the future will include a bad recession and that the bank's board would consider suspending the dividend under extremely adverse conditions. There's only one mention of his recent heart surgery. He thanks, it's in the last paragraph of the entire letter, he thanks all of those who sent him some well wishes, as we have. Also has some comments about this pandemic, says there should have been a playbook for the pandemic, but he says this shouldn't be about finger pointing, especially now, and quotes John F. Kennedy saying it's not what you can do for the country, it's or rather what the country can do for you, it's what you can do for the country. Joe, over to you.
Okay, Andrew, thanks. Coming up, could be another wild week for oil, starting out that way anyway. It was down earlier, but not quite as much now. It gained more than 40% last week, but compared to the way it dropped, these numbers we're getting used to them. Anyway, we're going to bring you the latest news on that situation, the war, the talks, the possible détente between Saudi Arabia and Russia. Halima Croft of RBC Capital will join us next. Stay with us.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow at TuneIn and always be in the know.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51. Winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
And here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley, the Hill, why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to
TV.
Crude prices cutting some of their losses overnight, bouncing back from a loss of around 9% earlier in the session after the CEO of Russia's RDIF, a sovereign wealth fund, told CNBC that Moscow and Saudi Arabia were, in his words, very close to an oil deal. Joining us to talk about what could be coming, Halima Croft, RBC Capital Markets Managing Director, Global Head of Commodity Strategy, a CNBC contributor. So, Halima, what would this deal look like, and what is the probability? Would it be 10 million barrels a day? Does it? Do we need the United States to kick in, and will it be happening this week? Is it in everybody's best interest, or just too much bad blood between Russia and the Saudis?
I think it's going to be very hard to get to 10 million barrels a day without some U.S. contribution. With the Russians and Saudis and the rest of OPEC Plus, you could probably get 6 million. Hence why you have an effort to get not just the U.S., but Norway, Brazil, Canada, all on board for an agreement. But it's still going to be really challenging. I mean, there was a spat over the weekend between Saudi Arabia and Russia over who was targeting shale. There are issues about, do U.S. producers even want to contribute? Can they contribute because of U.S. antitrust laws? So it's still going to be really challenging to get this done on Thursday. You should note that the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, Kirill Dmitriev, he does have very good relations with Saudi Arabia. He's been sort of running the back channel between these two countries. But again, it's going to be really tough to get this done on Thursday.
Is there enough motivation in terms of stabilizing the price to where the revenue of Russia would, where you'd make up for the revenue you lost because of such low prices with, maybe higher prices, but you'd be cutting back on production. Is that going to motivate? Because no one's going to do anything that it's against their own self-interest. Or does Russia really want to strike a dagger in the heart of our producers here?
I think from the Russian perspective, they have a lower fiscal break even than many of the OPEC producers. But I think what they're looking for is obviously a higher price, but they don't want to do this alone. They're tired of bearing the burden of adjustment. They keep saying the high-cost producers, the U.S. should sit down some barrels. So I think what they're looking for is not just a U.S. contribution, but relief from sanctions. Russian energy companies have been sanctioned aggressively since 2014, and they're looking for some relief on those sanctions. So the question is, can we give the Russians enough to get them across the finish line?
And how about the Saudis?
The Saudis absolutely need higher oil prices. They have a fiscal break even of around $80 plus. They can borrow. It's more challenging for the Russians to borrow because they're under sanctions. But I think from the Saudi perspective, they're very clear. They're not going to do it unless the Russians are there. So you have to get the Russians on board for the Saudis. And again, the Russians want some U.S. participation and they want some sanctions relief. But now everybody in OPEC is saying the challenge is so big because of the demand problems, we need almost every producer there. Hence why they're going again to Norway, to Canada, to Brazil, to try to get everybody on board for some type of production cut agreement.
All right. And is it in the price already, some type of agreement, or do we go back into the 30s, do you think?
Last week we had this amazing move anticipating an agreement. Again, 10 to 15 million barrels is going to be incredibly challenging to get that number done. If we don't get an agreement on Thursday, and then if the Saudis once again slash their official selling prices, we could be talking about being back in the teens pretty soon.
Oh, God. Okay. Thanks, Halima.
Thank you.
Stay in front of that camera. I saw you on earlier.
probably be on a little bit later, too.
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
All right, when we come back, the Treasury Department rolling out its small business loan program. We're going to talk to the president of the American Bankers Association about how it's going so far. That conversation is next. Plus, Grubhub CEO Matt Maloney is going to tell us how the virus outbreak is causing rapid changes in the food delivery industry and how Grubhub is trying to protect its workers. We'll be right back.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Want to know a great way to discover the latest and greatest sports audio on TuneIn? It's easy. Just make sure push notifications are enabled on your phone to receive recommendations of sports talk radio and podcasts, along with important breaking news updates.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Join me for CNN's new podcast, Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction. We know you have questions, and we want to help you find answers. And send me your questions on social media at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Make sure to search and listen on TuneIn today.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, explore a sports documentary on TuneIn, like Sports Wars, telling the origin stories of classic rivalries, Raise Sports, about the concussion crisis that threatens football's future, and Dunkumentaries, a podcast devoted to the beauty and power of the slam dunk. For these and more, search sports documentaries on TuneIn.
You love listening to ESPN Radio live on TuneIn, but did you know you can also listen to favorite ESPN shows on demand? Get the latest takes from Stephen A. Smith,
dynamic duos all over the place,
Dan LeBatard, and Garlic and Wingo when it fits.
NBC app.
President Trump saying there are signs that the COVID-19 outbreak is leveling off. That has markets in rally mode this morning. And oil coming off its best week on record as one Russian insider telling CBC Saudi Arabia and Russia that Saudi Arabia and Russia are very close to a deal. Plus, the government trying to get money into the hands of small business, but banks say they can't fully meet the demand. We're going to speak to the CEO of the American Bankers Association about the government stimulus bill and the state of the banks. The second hour of Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning and welcome back to Squawk Box here on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan along with Becky Quick and Andrew Ross Sorkin. U.S. equity futures at this hour, we've been between about 780 up and 900. We're back just under 800 or just over 800, given the last one that I saw. That would get back last week's sell-off, if you want to call it that. It was really sort of just a grind lower, down about 2.5%, and this would be up under 4%. We will see. Andrew.
Okay. JP Morgan's Chase's CEO, Jamie Dimon, out with his annual letter to shareholders this morning. We've been poring over it, as has Wilford Frost, who joins us on the newsline. Wilf, curious about your big takeaways. We talked earlier about his call that there likely is a recession and also this other issue that he could see in a certain case that the dividend could be suspended. But I'm curious what your big takeaway was.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. I'm going to get to that point about the dividend and the buybacks. But the first big takeaway is that he came back to work just last week. This letter does typically come out around this time, of course, but I'm not sure exactly when he wrote it. On that note, it's usually about 50 pages long. This one is only 23 pages, still quite a lot to get through in a short space of time, of course. And near the top of the letter, he does address that. He says, quote, in these annual letters, I usually cover a range of topics. He goes on to say, quote, however, right now, as we deal with the spiraling effects of this pandemic, I want to focus on what we as a bank can do to remain strong, resilient, and well-positioned to support our colleagues, clients, customers, and communities across the globe. And guys, this very much is a 23-page letter focused on the current crisis more than anything else. And I get a sense, therefore, he did sort of want to get this out quickly since getting back to work. And I want to get to what you said and the numbers as it relates to this crisis. He says it will include a bad recession combined with some kind of financial stress similar to the global financial crisis of 2008. Our bank cannot be immune to the effects of this kind of stress. And I think that's what you picked up on, Andrew, as well, 10 or 15 minutes ago. Though on that note, again, sticking with the numbers and what this crisis really means to their bank, he talks about the severely adverse scenario that they test the bank under for the stress test each year, highlights how even during that they would still make money each quarter, and says that they've kind of amped it up to test themselves, and says, quote, we have run an extremely adverse scenario that assumes an even deeper contraction of gross of GDP, down as much as 35% in the second quarter, lasting through to the end of the year. Even under this scenario, the company would still end the year with strong liquidity and a CET1 ratio of approximately 9.5%. So I guess this is the first time we've seen any kind of clear guidance on numbers based on a sort of 35% type fall GDP that we may well experience now because of the pandemic. And that's quite interesting. Though he does say our bank cannot be immune from the effects, and it's possible, therefore, under that scenario, they would suspend the dividend, though not planning at the moment, as you said. Clearly, they have done with the buybacks. One quick final thing, I know we've got to run. There are many pages on this of the extraordinary lengths they're going to help their customers, to help their employees, and well worth a look at all of those. I think all the banks are doing similar stuff, and clearly those are the things that are important for others, even if we focus initially on the numbers as it relates to the bank itself.
Well, thank you very much, Wilfred Frost. The $350 billion payroll protection program that was launched Friday it was in for a little bit of a bumpy ride for banks and the borrowers looking for relief. Despite 2,200 lenders on the SBA platform, very few loans were actually paid out in the very early stages, at least. And Kate Rogers joins us right now. She's got more on how the process is kind of playing out as we get a little deeper into this. Kate, good morning.
Hi, Becky. Good morning. From the information that's been made available to CNBC, we understand the process would work like this. Small business owners contacted the bank that they currently have a relationship with and submit their PPP application from SBA.gov. Now, new applications were released late last week, which meant that some small businesses had to resubmit to their bank. The bank then verifies the information on the application and submits that form to the SBA. The SBA then gives each application an SBA loan number from the E-Trans system. With that loan number, which is sent back to the bank, the SBA says that banks have the delegated authority to make these loans. But according to industry sources, more information is needed. Many small businesses that we've heard from say that they have not received their funds, as they say their banks are awaiting guidance from the SBA. Now, as of Sunday evening, a senior administration official said that the SBA had given out 100,000 E-Tran loan numbers for a value of more than $30 billion. But right now it's unclear how much of that $30 billion has actually made its way to Main Street lenders. They're supposed to take the next steps with depositing loans into small business owners' accounts. We did ask for a lump sum number, of actual loans that have made their way into the hands of small business owners, and that's information that we have not been able to get. We'll certainly keep you posted, but I can tell you a lot of small businesses that we're hearing from are very concerned about that $350 billion running out, because remember, this program is first come, first served. Back over to you.
Hey, real quick, just one question, because we keep hearing about it all weekend, and it looks like Bank of America has changed its policy. I'm curious what other banks you think have done the same. When the loan program first started on Friday, there were a number of banks, including Bank of America, who were not providing those loans to people who did not already have a loan with the bank. You could have had a checking account or some other kind of relationship with the bank, but they wouldn't necessarily give you the loan. Bank of America has switched. Have others as well?
Andrew, I think that's going to continue to be a case-by-case basis. We're hearing from a lot of small businesses that are working with community banks and haven't been running into those same issues. But again, a lot of the banks are saying that they're still awaiting guidance from the SBA. We asked the administration about that last night. We were told we can't comment on what the banks are looking for from the SBA here. So we don't quite have an answer here on the guidance that they may be waiting for. But I do think you're going to continue to see pushback like that, and that lenders may wind up changing their tune. Remember, there are 2,200 of them that are currently participating in the program, per the senior administration official.
All right, Kate, thank you very much. Kate Rogers. For more on the small business loans, let's bring in our guest. Rob Nichols is the president and CEO of the American Bankers Association, which is composed of all size banks. The group is the voice of the $18 trillion banking industry. And Rob, it's good to see you today.
Good morning, Becky.
Let's talk a little bit about what you've seen so far. On Friday, there were a lot of complaints. I saw one story that was headlined, thousands of applications, zero loans. How has that played out over the weekend, and what do you think the state of the situation is going to be today?
So clearly there was a little bit of choppiness on Friday. We acknowledge that, and I think some of that has to be the result of the fact we're standing up this massive program, the scale of which we haven't seen. Kate's numbers that she just articulated were really important. Over 100 over the weekend. Considerable amount of work has been done here, Becky. A considerable amount of work. We were on with the Treasury and the SBA throughout the entire weekend, surfacing issues, making sure they understand what we're trying to get fixed. They're doing a great job admitting all of the challenge here. But listen, you have 100,000 loans that the SBA has processed in essentially one business day. That's remarkable. And then the $30 billion. That is essentially the amount of SBA lending that the SBA did in 2019 that they did in a day. Yes, there was a couple of choppy issues, but I'll tell you, lots of work has been getting done. There are, as Kate articulated, 2,200 lenders in the program. As of Friday, the SBA put out the new document to allow other banks, credit unions, and fintech companies to become certified PPP participants. So that number of lenders is going to grow considerably. And I would just say this, it's in our interest. Banks are doing everything they can to serve their customers, clients, and communities. It's critically important. And I would note that even before this program was put on the books, the banks have been doing that for weeks. And I know the Diamond Letter articulated that, but I'll tell you, community banks, mid-sized banks, and large globally active banks have been doing everything they can to ensure that the economic tail associated with this healthcare crisis is as minimal as we can make it. And the banks are in a strong position in terms of capital and liquidity to help right now and be part of the solution, and they're stepping up in incredible ways.
Rob, obviously this is kind of unprecedented to try and see a program like this pulled off. I can't imagine how many complications there are, how many difficulties there are in trying to pull it together. But at the same time, talking to small business owners here this weekend, for instance, the guy who owns the salon that I go to, he owns 3 salons. He has applied for 3 different loans, 2 through the SBA, 1 through the state of New Jersey. He said the process was pretty easy getting the applications in, but his bank, because you have to go to the bank that you already use as a customer, has not quite gotten the regulations in, and so he's still waiting. Says, he's kind of holding in there, but we've been under lockdown for, I think, 24 days now in the state of New Jersey. So he hasn't seen any new business come in over that period of time. He's got staff that he's concerned about, all kinds of other bills to pay. How quickly, in reality, do you think people are going to be seeing this money, and how quickly will the relief actually kick in?
I think you're going to see it happening very quickly, Becky. Of course, banks are floating this money. So when the borrower comes into the bank is floating the money. And we talk to bankers all weekend long at small, medium, and large banks who are processing the loans, putting money out the door critically into those hands of the small business women and men who, to your point, need it so badly. That's why the SBA is working with the banking sector to ramp this thing up so quickly and to get the $350 billion out the door into the hands of the small business women and men who, to your point, desperately need it. It's in our interest to get this program as quickly as we can, up and running as fast as we can. And again, you got to remember, we're just 72 hours in to a massive program. But I'll tell you, over the weekend, a lot of kinks were smoothed out, which is exciting. And I think you'll see that over the next couple of days, money getting into the hands of those small businesses.
Rob, we're out of time, so I need a quick answer. But what is the biggest concern from the banks? They are the ones fronting the money. They just want to make sure that they're going to get paid back and not get blamed for things?
No, certainly there's liability provisions. We want to make sure that we're not blamed for doing exactly what the government's doing. We're also around the KYC issues. We're working on that as well. But I will say the SBA Treasury throughout the entire weekend did a very good job answering all of these questions, many of these questions, so we can get this money quickly into the marketplace. That is the goal of the banks. They're doing everything they can to help their customers and clients right now. And so, again, lots of progress is being made. We have more to do, but this program is ramping up considerably, Becky, literally as we speak.
All right, Rob, thank you for your time. Rob Nichols. Joe?
Thanks, Beck. Coming up, Grubhub isn't just delivering 4 restaurants. It's also delivering 2 restaurants in the form of a donation. CEO Matt Maloney is going to join us after the break. First, though, check on the futures, which are kind of static, up about 800, just below that at this point. Squawk Box coming right back.
Don't forget to subscribe to our podcast. You'll get interviews, original content, and behind-the-scenes access. Look for us on Apple Podcasts or on your favorite podcast app. And subscribe to Squawk Pod today.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Get social with TuneIn. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to discover what's happening in the app and around the world. Be the first to know about upcoming games and the hottest new music. Follow @TuneIn and always be in the know.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today.
Behind the highlight reels, championship rings, and colossal paychecks, there are sports stories that fuel, deepen, and even challenge our love for the game. For true tales of underdogs, anti-heroes, and game-changing innovators, search sports documentaries on the TuneIn app. Keep up with everything happening in the wild world of pro wrestling with a TuneIn podcast. For expert analysis straight from the WWE to Steve Austin's no-holds-barred conversations with wrestling's biggest personalities, search sports and scroll down to the world of wrestling to listen.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app to see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
Hey everyone, it's Tremaine Lee, MSNBC correspondent and host of the new podcast, Into America. In our latest episode, Republican giant and longtime Senator Lindsey Graham is for the first time ever facing a real challenge to his Senate seat. Can a relative newcomer to the scene, a black Democrat in a red state, win this fight? I head to South Carolina to find out. Search for Into America wherever you're listening right now and subscribe.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. April 6, 1992, Duke's men's basketball beats Michigan 71-51, winning back-to-back titles for the Blue Devils.
Fired, and here comes Duke on the break. Behind the back, Hurley to Hill. Why not? That's the play that was available. Nobody back for Michigan because they're sending 5 to the board.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
This is Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
/TV.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Grubhub announcing it will donate $30 million of its own capital to 100,000 restaurants to help them during this time of crisis. That's about $250 to each restaurant. Joining us right now to talk about it is Matt Maloney, CEO of Grubhub. Good morning to you, Matt. How much of a difference is at this very moment $250 to a restaurant going to make?
Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's going to be a huge difference. We're looking at like a stimulus almost, because the way we're rolling it out is a consumer gets $10 if they spend $30. So our $30 million is going to transform into over $100 million of food sales to restaurants across the country. So that's a big slug when everyone, and I heard your last segment, everyone's working really hard to try to put money in the hands of small businesses.
What percentage of restaurants are still online and on board right now, and what percentage are off? And do you think you can even shift that or change that? Or do you think once you're off, you're off?
We're trying really hard. So it depends on the market. What we saw is in the early COVID West Coast markets, you'd see a dramatic dip in restaurants that went off the platform, and they're now starting to come back on. You have New York, Detroit that are in the throes of the crisis right now, and so they're peaking at about 30% of the restaurants are off. But remember, you're having thousands and thousands of restaurants coming on the platform for the first time. So we're seeing about the same number in terms of net, but it's just a transition.
And what's the experience of trying to onboard or even keep your delivery people working right now?
It's incredible. I mean, you hear everyone has these crisis stories. Our teams are working around the clock. We tripled our most onboarding month ever of restaurants. We had 15,000 restaurants go live in March, and we're probably going to do more in April. It's just an incredible intensity of need right now for restaurants, and so we're doing everything we can to help them. And with drivers, we launched contact-free pickup or drop-off, and we just launched last week curbside pickup for the drivers to make sure there's 2 layers of protection and no contact to make sure we help.
Hey, Matt, I got a bit of a tough question because I was looking online and saw some people talking about it. There were some drivers, and this is not just true of Grubhub, but across the board, who were saying, you know what, I actually don't make enough money doing this full time. I'm actually better on unemployment insurance right now, given what's taking place.
You know, there's plenty of work on Grub. I know there's lots of work on other delivery platforms as well. We have our own stimulus for our drivers. If they get impacted directly by COVID, we're paying them. I know other platforms are, and of course, the CARES Act just came through with a lot of relief for gig workers also. So I think that everyone right now is all hands on deck trying to help the restaurants, the drivers, everyone impacted through this economic and healthcare crisis.
Right. Hey, Matt, just think a little longer term out for all of us, because I think we're all trying to understand what the expectations are. I'm curious, inside the meetings that you're having, when you look at the other side of this, and the other side may be a month or two, depending on where you think about or how you think about this, there's other people who think that this is going to be a terrible restructuring, a bankruptcy situation that goes on for months and months, if not a year. Where are you on that in terms of what happens to the restaurant industry?
Wow, that's a big one. I am hoping for the best. I think that the fundamental economics of our society are still intact. I think that there is a lot of demand right now for restaurants. If we can help restaurants get through the next few weeks or months, depending on how bad this is, they will come back. They will be there for our communities. If they can't, then that's going to be a real problem. But as what we're seeing right now, once the crisis bottoms out in the market, growth does start to come back in that local area. But we're seeing is crises around the country in different markets at different times. And so we're trying to dynamically manage that situation on the ground.
Right. Okay. Matt, we wish you lots of luck. Stay healthy and safe out there. We appreciate you joining us as always, and look forward to talking to you again soon. Becky, over to you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. When we come back, the mortgage market could be on the brink of collapse, with borrowers pouring into the government bailout claiming hardships. We have that story next. In the meantime, as we head to a break, let's take a look at this morning's pre-market winners and losers for the Dow. A lot more winners than losers today. We're up by almost 800 points right now. Stick around. You are watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your every movement with the free TuneIn app. Available on your phone or tablet. Download TuneIn from the App Store today. Did you know TuneIn doesn't just live here on your smart speaker? From the audio that moves you to the audio that gets you moving. Soundtrack your